Chapter 1438. A bright light flashed in Jian Lingxiao's eyes. He stared at Chen Zong in astonishment. He found it hard to believe. Like him, Chen Zong had obtained one of the quotas and entered the cultivation competition with Su Mubai and himself to compete for the 108 quotas in the Xian Yuan Treasure Scroll world. However, Jian Lingxiao had always thought that Chen Zong relied on luck. Therefore, he somewhat looked down on Chen Zong. After all, luck was only temporary. Ability was the key to success. Moreover, Chen Zong was a rogue cultivator, while Jian Lingxiao was the chief disciple of Golden Sword Villa. Their identities were even more different. Jian Lingxiao had thought that he could kill Chen Zong with one strike, but he did not expect that he would not gain the upper hand. Only then did Jian Lingxiao take Chen Zong seriously. Perhaps the reason why Chen Zong was able to enter the finals like him was not purely due to luck, but also due to his strength. Golden Radiance 9 Swords. Jian Lingxiao did not hold back anymore. He immediately performed his most powerful sword technique. With one strike, the golden sword light streaked across the sky and reached Chen Zong in an instant. Chen Zong was shocked and immediately performed the blood-dripping swordsmanship. The blood-dripping swordsmanship was an upper sacred grade, while the Golden Radiance 9 Swords was a superior sacred grade. Even though it was incomplete, it was still very powerful. Moreover, Jian Lingxiao had extraordinary talent in sword principle. He had practiced the Golden Radiance 9 Swords for many years and had already reached the initial realm. Its power was very terrifying. The half-step sword essence that he had comprehended was called Golden Radiance Sword Essence. It was perfectly compatible with the Golden Radiance 9 Swords and greatly enhanced its power. With each strike, the golden sword light pierced through the sky, leaving sword marks in the air. It was so sharp that Chen Zong felt like he had been pierced through and riddled with holes. Chen Zong was shocked. With a dignified expression, he performed the blood-dripping swordsmanship to the extreme. The difference in the level of martial arts techniques brought about a difference in power. The power of the Golden Radiance 9 Swords at the small success realm was close to or even comparable to the blood-drop swordsmanship at the great success realm. In this regard, Chen Zong did not have an advantage. However, as they fought, Chen Zong found that his incomplete sword intent seemed to be stronger than his opponent's sword intent. Jian Lingxiao was also very surprised at this point. Demon-destroying golden light. With a swing of the sword, the golden sword light splashed out like a stream of light pouring down from the sky. With great power, it was as if it could drive away all evils. It made Chen Zong's heart tremble, and he felt that his mind was swaying. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind was firm and steady, so he was hardly shaken. Misty rain morning clouds. He unleashed his self-created ultimate move. This move had become Chen Zong's second strongest move. As for his strongest move, it was the third move of the blood-drop swordsmanship, Endless Blood Sea. The terrible sword qi surged and rushed in all directions, as if it could tear everything apart. It left a series of shocking sword scars, which quickly spread out in all directions. Under the sword qi, whether it was grass, trees, or stones, everything was smashed into powder. The more they fought, the more surprised Jian Lingxiao was. This guy didn't enter the final by luck? He is really strong. Chen Zong was also a little surprised. Jian Lingxiao's strength was really terrible. If he hadn't broken through to 90% of the incomplete sword intent, he would have been no match for him. Even now, he could barely hold on. It was almost impossible for him to defeat Jian Lingxiao. Golden Radiance 9 Rotations. After being shocked, Jian Lingxiao finally looked at Chen Zong seriously. He believed that Chen Zong was qualified to make him use all his strength, so he immediately used his ultimate move. Chen Zong had seen the power of this move with his own eyes. It was very terrible. The golden sword light was very dazzling. In an instant, it burst out like a golden sun, shining with unparalleled light. First revolution. The golden light became more dazzling, and its aura became more terrifying. It had a feeling of extreme overbearingness. Its sharpness was extremely shocking, as if it could shatter everything between heaven and earth. Second revolution. The aura surged again, making Chen Zong feel like he was being pierced and shattered. It was very uncomfortable, and his face was extremely solemn. I can't let him complete the third revolution, Chen Zong thought. Although he didn't know where the limit of Jian Lingxiao's sword was, he had seen Jian Lingxiao kill the peerless genius with one sword. He put himself in Jian Lingxiao's shoes and thought that he couldn't resist it at all. Then, he could only interrupt Jian Lingxiao in advance. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body. Endless Blood Sea. In an instant, the small success Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body was displayed, and Jian Lingxiao's strength increased by several times. Endless Blood Sea went all out. When Jian Lingxiao's sword struck out, the blood light surged like a raging tide, as if it could shatter everything. Third revolution. At the same time, the third revolution was formed, which was beyond Chen Zong's expectation. In an instant, Chen Zong felt like he was about to be torn apart and smashed into pieces. Block it. He had to block this sword, because the consequence of not being able to block it was death. Once he was killed, all the points he had obtained would be lost. Block it. Block it. Block it. His belief was strong and unparalleled. He had to block it. He had to block it. Unknowingly, Chen Zong managed to fend off this sword attack with great effort under his strong conviction. However, he sensed an extremely terrifying power surging toward him. It was as if it wanted to penetrate through his body, spirit, and soul. Fortunately, he managed to block it in the end. Taking advantage of the momentum to retreat, Chen Zong felt as if his arm had lost all feeling. Retreat. 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 Even if he used the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, he could only barely block Jian Lingxiao's sword. However, Jian Lingxiao didn't immediately pursue him, as if it was a burden to display this sword. Let's go. Without hesitation, Chen Zong immediately displayed the flowing light flying shadow and quickly left. At present, his strength was not enough to defeat Jian Lingxiao. He could only barely contend with him. In that case, it was better to retreat first. Jian Lingxiao didn't pursue him. Instead, he stared at Chen Zong's retreating figure and immediately adjusted his breath. The two battles had consumed a lot of energy. If he didn't recover in time, he would be in danger of being killed if he encountered other peerless geniuses. My sword doesn't need so many changes and revolutions. One sword. Only one sword with the strongest power. There's no need for so many changes. Where the heart desires, the sword will go. One sword to kill the enemy, and there's no turning back. After Chen Zong fled far away, he pondered. Jian Lingxiao's strength was very strong, even stronger than his. Of course, it was mainly because of the 9 Golden Lights sword. If it weren't for this sword, Jian Lingxiao's strength wouldn't be stronger than his. A tyrannical unique skill was enough to reverse the outcome of the battle and reverse life and death. The most important thing right now was to create a unique skill with extremely strong offensive power. It was very necessary and also the most important thing. Chen Zong increasingly realized this. After all, the geniuses who entered the Xian Yuan treasure scroll this time weren't weaker than Jian Lingxiao. There were many of them, and some of them were even stronger than Jian Lingxiao. Like Su Mubai, like Zhao Xingkong, like Blazing Phoenix King, like Yang Quan, like He Yanzhe, like Yi Chen Dao. These were all things he knew. There would only be more that he didn't know. If he encountered these geniuses, he would be no match for them. Sometimes it wouldn't be easy for him to escape. He could only be killed, lose half of his points, and drop his ranking. Therefore, strength was very important. Now, the way to improve his strength was either to break through the half-step sword intent to 100%, which would significantly increase his strength, or to create a unique skill with tyrannical offensive power. Of course, borrowing the power of Azura's doppelganger was also a way. However, it wasn't his own strength after all. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Chen Zong didn't want to borrow it. On the other hand, Chen Zong also had a feeling that in the Xian Yuan treasure scroll, the power of a Saint Realm expert would be suppressed to the extreme. He was afraid that the power of Azura's doppelganger wouldn't be of much help to him and might even be exposed. In the final analysis, his own strength was the most important. Everything else was ultimately external forces that couldn't be put to good use. Chen Zong stopped and kept recalling Jian Lingxiao's golden light sword technique in his mind. Every sword move was so sharp and tyrannical, especially the last golden light 9 revolutions. Although it was only the 3rd revolution, its power was terrifying. That sword had pointed out the direction for Chen Zong's self-created attack. However, Chen Zong did not need to go through 9 transformations, nor did he need to go through 3 transformations. As long as he poured all his strength into that one sword strike, he would be able to kill his enemy in one strike. One sword move to kill. The light in his eyes flickered incessantly as more and more spiritual lights appeared. Gradually, the ultimate move became clearer and clearer, but it still lacked something. Fight. He continued to look for strong opponents to fight, using the external pressure to stimulate himself and also to hone himself. Fight, fight, fight. Kill, kill, kill. Over the next few days, the number of geniuses that died under Chen Zong's sword increased by another 6. However, Chen Zong was also nearly killed once more. That time, he had no choice but to borrow the power of the Azura doppelganger to escape. However, Chen Zong also found that the power of Azura's doppelganger was indeed more restricted here. It consumed more energy and could only last for a shorter time. After several life-or-death battles, Chen Zong's points reached more than 300. His ranking also improved a lot, reaching the 300th place. However, there was still a big gap to enter the top 108. Similarly, the effect of the sharpening under the life-or-death crisis became more and more obvious. Countless inspirations filled his mind like lightning and sword light, as if 10,000 swords were flying at the same time. This sword move should be the sword of extreme speed and strength. It should be the ultimate combination of speed and strength. It should be the sharpness that abandons all ostentatiousness. This sword move should be unsheathed when I feel like it, piercing through everything in the world. This sword move should come from the heart and end with the sword. The extreme of the heart and the extreme of the sword, the inspirations became clearer. Between the opening and closing of his eyes, an unparalleled cold light shot out from his heart and soul, piercing through the sky. Immediately, Chen Zong used his finger as a sword and stabbed straight out. The sword light was extremely fast, piercing through the sky like a ray of light. There was a cold light at the tip of his finger. It was so sharp that it pierced through everything in the world. It was indestructible and unstoppable. The sword moved as if it had pierced through time and space. It seemed to have shrunk the distance of the world. Chapter 1439. The black flames spread and burned. The scorching aura swept across the land and charged forward. Everything in its path seemed to be burned to ashes, leaving behind a straight trail. Chen Zong's expression did not change as he faced the black flames head-on. In an instant, as the black flames fluctuated, a black flaming dragon rushed out with bared fangs and brandished claws. The scorching aura seemed to want to destroy Chen Zong and turn him into ashes. Behind the black flame dragon was He Yinlin's cold figure. Seeing Chen Zong, He Yinlin could not help but think of the battle in the Cloud Wilderness Swamp. Chen Zong took the opportunity to snatch the high-tier demonic beast's beast core, causing him to lose 1,000 points and the great glory of becoming a saint. This was a disgrace that he must wash away. Therefore, when He Yinlin saw Chen Zong's figure, he was furious and filled with murderous intent. In the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, due to the rules of the competition, killing was not allowed. When attacking, it was inevitable that one would be restrained, fearing that killing would cause one to be eliminated. But here, one could kill without any scruples. There was no need to hold back. All of one's strength could be displayed to the fullest. Kill. He Yinlin's heart was extremely violent. He swore to kill Chenzong. He unsheathed his sword and sword light surged through the air. A bloody light raged. The 90% half-step sword intent exploded, causing the sword to spurt blood. Its power was unparalleled. In an instant, it pierced through the black flame dragon and charged towards He Yinlin. He Yinlin's expression changed drastically. How could Chen Zong's strength have increased so much compared to before? It was terrifying. Black Flame King. Without hesitation, He Yinlin immediately used his strongest secret technique. Countless flames swept out and condensed into a black flame tyrant's phantom behind him. An extremely terrifying blazing aura rippled out, burning everything in all directions. Black flame skylifting hand. In an instant, He Yinlin used his ultimate move. A huge black hand condensed out of thin air. It covered the sky as if darkness had descended, suppressing all life on the earth. It was as if the earth was collapsing, burning all living things into ashes. Previously at the desolate cloud swamp, Qin Nan was quite clear about his opponent's capabilities. Now that it was a real battle of life and death, a battle of life and death to steal his opponent's points, it was most appropriate to kill him directly. When his hand struck down, it was as if it could shatter mountains and split the earth. The terrifying heat was like raging waves, as if the heavens were collapsing and the earth was sinking. So powerful! This was a move without any reservations. Its might was much stronger than when he was in the cloud-desolate swamp. This level of strength was not inferior to Jian Lingxiao's Golden Light 9 transformations. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body. Chen Zong's eyes gradually lit up. The light seemed to be silver, but it also seemed to be golden. It was so sharp that it pierced through all obstacles and illusions and went straight to the essence. The 90% half-step sword intent gathered in an instant, and the half-saint power in his body was also condensed to the extreme. One sword strike. Only one sword. An ultimate sword strike. The most tyrannical sword strike. Wherever the heart goes, the sword will go. The pinnacle of the heart, and the pinnacle of the sword. One slash. Absolute void. One sword. Killing heart. A single sword. Spirit slaughter. Only one sword. Killing. Limitless, the incomparable sword light seemed to be a touch of gold, incomparably mysterious and extremely fast. It seemed to be even faster than lightning, even faster than extreme speed. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the horizon as if it was right in front of him. Extreme Heart Sword Style. This sword was called Extreme Heart Sword Style. It started from the heart and stopped at the sword. Kill. With an incomparably firm heart, he launched the ultimate sword strike. The mysterious and sharp sword light was thinner than a finger. It pierced through the sky, pierced through the black hand, and went for He Yinlin. There was no way to dodge. There was no way to resist. He Yinlin's body trembled, and the black flame king behind him also trembled, disintegrating instantly. Killed with one sword strike. He Yinlin, who was originally stronger than Chen Zong, could not block Chen Zong's sword strike at this moment. Killed with one sword strike. Chen Zong was also a little surprised. Dead. It was only one sword strike, but he had killed his opponent directly. Moreover, it was under the condition that his opponent had used his strongest move. Thinking back to that day in the Cloud Wilderness Swamp, Chen Zong had relied on the power of the Azura doppelganger to fight against his opponent. After that, Chen Zong had cultivated the 8th grade secret technique, Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, to small success. He had also comprehended the half-step sword essence to 90%. His cultivation had improved further, and his basic strength had increased significantly. Moreover, he had comprehended a purely offensive sword strike after many battles. Extreme Heart Sword Style. This sword strike was Chunzong's first battle. He did not expect its power to not disappoint him at all. Very strong. Under the enhancement of celestial crystal tyrant body, he had killed He Yenlin with one sword strike. He Yenlin's strength was not weak at all. He was not much weaker than Jian Lingxiao. But I wonder if extreme heart sword style can kill Jian Lingxiao? Chen Zong could not help but think to himself. That day when Jian Lingxiao attacked, Chen Zong had seen it with his own eyes. He had also experienced it personally. It was very, very strong and extraordinary. Moreover, he was not sure if it was Jian Lingxiao's strongest strength. Because of this, Chen Zong did not have absolute confidence. However, with this sword strike, perhaps his strength was not inferior to Jian Lingxiao's. From the beginning, he was far inferior to Jian Lingxiao. Now, he was catching up step by step. Chen Zong was full of confidence that he would soon surpass Jian Lingxiao. The road was under his feet. Moving forward courageously, killing He Yenlin immediately increased Chen Zong's points by more than 200, reaching more than 500. His ranking also rose by dozens, nearing the top 300. He was even closer to the top 108. In another place, a figure appeared out of thin air. It was He Yenlin. There was still a trace of shock and disbelief on He Yenlin's face. He had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by Jian Lingxiao's sword strike. How was this possible? How could Jian Lingxiao's strength improve to such a level in such a short time? It was unbelievable. Although He Yenlin was furious, he did not completely lose his mind. He suppressed the anger and killing intent in his heart and started to think. He could not understand how someone who was originally inferior to him could improve so much in such a short time. He could even kill him with a single sword strike. It was unbelievable. He Yenlin, why didn't you go hunt? A voice came from behind him. He Yenlin quickly turned around and joy appeared on his face. Brother Ming. He Yenlin immediately said. Then, a trace of annoyance appeared on his face. I was killed just now. Killed. He Yenming's eyes emitted a sharp killing intent. His voice also carried a trace of shocking killing intent. Who killed you? In the Black Flame clan, He Yenzhe was the number 1 Sky Pride. He Yenming was the number 2 Sky Pride. As for He Yenlin, he was actually the number 3 Sky Pride. He Yenzhe was undoubtedly the strongest. Although He Yenming was not as strong as He Yenzhe, his strength was not weak at all. He was much stronger than He Yenlin. He Yenlin directly told He Yenming about Chenzong. Black light flickered in He Yenming's eyes, as if black flames were burning. He Yenming's body was very majestic. He gave off a very oppressive feeling. His body was surrounded by an extremely tyrannical aura, as if it could suppress everything. He was not as strong as you before. However, he improved by leaps and bounds in such a short time. He was able to kill you. This person must have a big secret. He Yenming said in a low voice. That's right. This person must have a great opportunity. He Yenlin seemed to have just thought of this. Let's go and hunt others for point. No matter what, as a Sky Pride of the Black Flame clan, we must enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. He Yenming said. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. If I meet that person, I will kill him and avenge you. Thank you, Brother Ming. He Yenlin quickly said. On the screen outside, the rankings were constantly changing. The top 108 received the most attention. This was because only the top 108 could enter the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly. Those outside the top 108 had no chance at all. The competition was very fierce. Once one was killed, one's points would be reduced by half. Immediately, one would fall from the top and fall out of the top 108. However, if one could kill a Sky Pride in the top 108 and obtain half of their points, one's own points would increase by a lot, causing one's ranking to rise. Currently, the first-ranked Sky Pride already had more than 5,000 points. Even the 108th ranked Sky Pride had more than 1,000 points. As for the Sky Prides after the 108th ranked Sky Pride, they were all below 1,000 points. Chen Zong's points were more than 500. Hence, his ranking was not high. He was only around 300. Die. A sword slashed through the air. The sword radiance condensed into a beam. It was extremely fast and unparalleled. Its power was extremely terrifying. It was extremely frightening. Kill. After killing his opponent, Chen Zong's points increased by nearly 200 points. From the original 500 points, it increased to more than 700 points. His ranking also rose from the 300th place to the top 300, and he was now in the 250th place. Chen Zong did not know his ranking on the list at this moment, but that did not prevent him from killing other Sky Prides to obtain points. In short, if he wanted to stand out in this battle, he had to keep killing others to increase his points. The more, the better. It's you. A cold voice came from afar. Chen Zong also looked over. It was the Sky Pride from the Heavenly Cloud sect who had chased after him with a saber in the Yunhuang swamp. At that time, this person was extremely strong and stronger than him. Fortunately, time was up. Otherwise, he would have to borrow the power of the Azura doppelganger to compete with him. But now it was unusual. In front of him, a dazzling saber radiance tore through the sky. It was like a torrent bursting a dam or an avalanche in the sky. It was extremely powerful and wanted to tear everything apart. The saber slashed through the air, and the extremely strong saber pressure immediately cut open the ground, leaving a straight saber mark. The saber mark was endless, and it was as if it wanted to cut Chen Zong in half. It was extremely ferocious. The figure, holding a saber, followed closely behind the saber mark and closed in on him at an extremely fast speed. The last time Chen Zong managed to escape, it was also because time was up. This time, there was no such opportunity or luck. Kill. Chen Zong's eyes flashed and he slashed out with his sword. The power of the 90% half-step sword essence was even more powerful. The endless sea of blood surged and swallowed the saber radiance in an instant. The waves were like surging sword chi sweeping over. The opponent's face suddenly changed. How could the power of this sword be so strong? He swung his saber. Chapter 1440. The saber radiance was like a rolling snow wave, pouring down from the sky. The saber chi was so powerful that it tore the world apart. Chen Zong stood still, his back like a sharp sword pointing to the sky. He faced the astonishing saber waves that were like an avalanche, as if he was going to fight against the power of heaven and earth by himself. The 90% half-step sword essence. Activated. The sharpness surged in the sky and raged in all directions. Endless sword chi was produced, as if it was going to pierce through heaven and earth. Kill. The gilded mountain sword trembled, and the sword broke through the sky. Extreme heart swordsmanship. The fastest sword move. The most powerful sword move. The sword move that came from the heart. The sword move that came from the heart was invincible. Wu Yu, the genius of the Heavenly Cloud sect, was shocked. How could this sword move be so powerful, so fast, and so fierce? This sword was too fast. The moment the sword was raised, it had already pierced through the air. In an instant, it pierced through the snowy waves of saber light. The extremely shocking sharpness of the sword was right in front of him, giving him a terrifying feeling of being pierced through. Dodge. He must dodge. His conviction was so strong that he had to dodge it no matter what, because if he couldn't, he would be killed, lose half of his points, and drop in ranking. However, this sword also carried Chen Zong's conviction. Conviction was so strong. Conviction was supreme. Where did conviction come from? It came from the heart. In this regard, Chen Zong, who had inherited the Heart Sword Sutra and comprehended all of it, was more proficient in it. The extreme heart swordsmanship was created based on the 90% half-step sword essence. It was a sword move that was created purely for attacking and killing. It abandoned all other changes and vanity, and purely pursued the perfect combination of lethality, speed, and power. Fierce. Extremely fierce. It was extremely fierce. The trajectory of the sword was straight and pierced through everything, whether it was real or not. The saber radiance paused for a moment, and Wu Yu's eyes were slightly dazed. He felt that the beam of sword radiance had slowed down, but a stronger feeling of horror rose in his heart. It was as if the sword didn't slow down, but became faster. It was so fast that he had an illusion that it had slowed down. His thoughts seemed to have been affected as well. He had no time to dodge at all, and the sword pierced through the sky. There seemed to be a slight pain blossoming from the center of his brows, and then it spread throughout his head and body. After that, his vision turned dark, and his consciousness became sluggish, sinking into an abyss. Wu Yu, the genius of the Heavenly Cloud sect, was dead. Chen Zong sheathed his sword and stood still on the spot, his brows slightly furrowed. Chen Zong had infused the extreme heart swordsmanship with his belief that he would definitely kill his opponent. He wanted to be as fast as possible so that he could kill his opponent with one strike. Under the strong conviction to kill, some kind of change seemed to have occurred. It was a very subtle and mysterious change. The change made Chen Zong feel a little dazed for a moment. It seemed that the speed of his sword had slowed down. No, it seemed that the surroundings had slowed down. It was a very strange feeling that was hard to describe. It was precisely because of this that he was able to kill his opponent with a single strike. Deep in thought, Chen Zong did not pay attention to how many points he had gained. Instead, he kept recalling the mysteries of that sword move in his mind. Soon after, the gilded mountain sword was unsheathed and slashed through the air. Extreme heart swordsmanship. The golden sword light was very thin, and it pierced through the air. In a flash, it pierced through a huge rock 100 meters away, and then it exploded. No. Chen Zong shook his head. He did not find that feeling. After trying a few more times, Chen Zong still could not find the feeling of that sword move, so he had to give up for the time being. If I can find that mystery, the power of that sword move will definitely be more powerful. Chen Zong said to himself thoughtfully. He even had a feeling that if he could find the mystery of that sword move, not only would the extreme heart swordsmanship be more powerful, but it would also be more beneficial for his future cultivation. However, it was not so easy to find. He could only wait for the opportunity in the future. Perhaps if he fought with a strong opponent again, it would appear again. A strong opponent. Chen Zong's eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. In the world of Xian Yuan Treasure Scroll, he would not really die if he was killed. In this way, he could fight without any scruples. The advantage was that he could better hone himself and stimulate his potential at the edge of life and death. This was a great opportunity that could not be missed. A moment of enlightenment caused Chen Zong's thoughts to undergo a slight change. Take the initiative to attack. Before, Chen Zong was a little passive. Now, he changed to take the initiative to find other strong opponents to fight with. After discarding all his worries, Chen Zong had a feeling that his mind seemed to have become even clearer, transparent, and pure. All the profundities seemed to have become even more lively. Original mind. It was not that points were no longer important, but he did not need to be restrained by points and let his sword be stained with dust. Flowing light, flying shadow. In a flash, Chen Zong felt that his speed was a little faster, and as he used his body movement, his speed gradually increased. His flowing light, flying shadow had a breakthrough. Advanced level. His flowing light, flying shadow in the advanced level was about 30% faster than when he was in the initial level, which made Chen Zong even faster. Chu Tianlu, the peerless talent in the capital city. The surname of the king of the Xianyuan dynasty was Chu, and Chu was the surname of the king. Chu Tianlu was not only the peerless talent in the capital city, but also one of the peerless talents in the royal family. He was temporarily ranked 180th on the list. Chu Tianlu's eyes were cold and disdainful. He stared at Chen Zong with a trace of dominance. With the sky piercer in his hand, he pointed it to the sky. His astonishing dominance rushed to the heavens. Boom! Chu Tianlu stomped his feet, and a terrifying force instantly hit the ground through his feet. The ground cracked and rippled. Chu Tianlu's whole body suddenly rushed out like a giant ballista shooting out to attack a city. His speed was extremely fast and his momentum was unparalleled. The extremely domineering golden-red sky piercer rolled in the air, bringing with it a ring of blazing golden-red flames. It carried with it a terrifying force that seemed to be able to smash a mountain into pieces. Chen Zong was shocked. The power of this blow was really terrifying. It was as if it was crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. It gave him an unparalleled feeling of invincibility. He was like a great general who had fought on the battlefield and won every battle. He was brave and invincible. The impact of the momentum and the battle of the yellow sand did not allow him to retreat. Chen Zong's eyes focused. His unparalleled faith condensed into a solid light that pierced through the sky as if it was piercing through the heavens. In an instant, the gilded mountain sword erupted with an unparalleled power. The sword swung through the air, and layers of ripples surged endlessly like waves. Blood burst with a sword. The sword and the sky piercer collided in an instant, and the most terrifying aura was instantly released. It was as if starlight had exploded. The ripples rolled out and raged in all directions. The void was like a turbulent wave, and wild waves rose in all directions. Chen Zong only felt an extremely domineering and powerful force fiercely rushing towards him. It was as if it was going to break his arm and collapse his body. For the first time, Chen Zong experienced this feeling. After all, his body refining cultivation was not bad, and his physique was very strong. Usually, it was others who were pushed back by his violent attacks. But this time, his opponent's strength shocked Chen Zong. Body refining. This person also practiced body refining, and it was very brilliant. In other words, this person was a body refining cultivator. A body refining cultivator who focused on body refining and qi refining as a supplement. His situation was the opposite of Chen Zong's. His body refining cultivation had reached the peak of the half-saint level, and the body refining cultivation method he practiced was also very brilliant. Naturally, it would give birth to an unparalleled power. His half-mixed sky force was very brilliant, far more powerful than Chen Zong's. It gave off a feeling of crushing. Terrifying. Very terrifying. It made Chen Zong feel like he was being crushed by an ancient beast. Chu Tianlu was slightly stunned, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. His attack did not directly defeat his opponent. It was a little surprising. Body refining. Chu Tianlu's mouth curved into a faint smile, as if he was interested and disdainful. He seemed to be saying, "How dare you use the power of body refining in front of me?" The extremely exuberant vital energy and blood fluctuated incessantly, like a surging tide. Chen Zongdo could hear the grand and loud sound of the surging tide, resounding through the void without stopping, like the beating of war drums that shook the heavens and the earth. This sound made Chen Zong's qi and blood fluctuate, and he could not help but tremble. Immediately, blood light spurted out from Chu Tianlu's body, diffusing behind his back and gradually condensing. However, it was still somewhat illusory. It was the shadow of a blood-colored war general, holding a long halberd and looking forward, as if he was invincible and invincible, shaking the earth. Spirit. That was spirit. The body refining cultivation method that Chu Tianlu practiced was of the highest grade of the saint level, and it was a complete top grade of the highest grade of the saint level. Moreover, the spirit that he cultivated was very powerful. Even though it was not solid enough, it already had the iron blood spirit that could win every battle. As soon as the spirit appeared, the surrounding air seemed to solidify, like a mountain suppressing the sky, the earth, and all living things. It made Chen Zong feel like his neck was stretched out and he was horrified. Boom! On the sky halberd, blood light rushed out and a blow was blasted out. It carried the most terrifying power of Chu Tianluo's body, and it attacked without reservation, shattering and destroying everything. Chen Zong's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of needles. There was no room to dodge this blow, as if it would pierce through him, tear him into pieces, and then turn him into powder. The surrounding space was suppressed by the opponent's spirit. Faith, the strongest. A sword attack, extreme heart swordsmanship. A blow that originated from the heart and ended with the sword. This sword attack poured all of his strength, willpower, and faith into it, and it was only for the sake of killing the enemy. The golden sword light was condensed to the extreme, faster than flowing light, faster than lightning, and more explosive than thunder. This blow alone could destroy all living things and slaughter all living things. Kill! In an instant, the sword and the blow collided. The void froze in an instant, and Chen Zong and Chu Tianlu seemed to be frozen in a scroll, unable to move. In the next moment, an extremely terrifying power rippled out, destroying everything in its path. It turned into rolling ripples, destroying everything in its path. The sand and stones on the ground were instantly pulverized, leaving behind countless scars on the ground. It was a ghastly sight. Chen Zong's body trembled. An extremely terrifying power, as if it was going to destroy him, hit him. As his muscles and bones trembled, he felt sore, as if they were about to disintegrate. He flew backward, and his feet drew 2 long gullies on the ground. Chapter 1441. The ground was shattered. Chen Zong was shocked and his face was cold. He blocked it. The extreme heart sword style was blocked by his opponent. The extreme heart sword style had killed 2 peerless geniuses with 1 strike. He thought he could do it again, but he didn't expect it to be blocked. This person's strength was really strong. Fight! Chen Zong shouted in a low voice. It was like a muffled thunder, and thunder surged in the void. A strong enemy! A strong enemy! A strong enemy that even his strongest strike couldn't kill. A strong enemy that could make his heart tremble and his fighting spirit soar to the sky. Fight! Only this fight! Only this fight! Fight without rest! Fight without fear! Fight without exhaustion! Okay. Chu Tianluo's eyes were burning. His vigorous qi and blood roared like a dragon and rolled like thunder. He looked at Chen Zong seriously. The tyrannical half-mixed heavenly power roared in his body, like a giant dragon dancing in the sky, driving the 4 seas in all directions. It poured into the sky halberd, and the blood light surged in the sky. Fight! Chu Tianlu felt that his fighting spirit had been completely awakened. His blood was like a torrent of magma, surging endlessly. The halberd flew across the sky, breaking mountains and rivers, and shattering the vacuum. The power of the halberd was pushed to the extreme under the aura of an iron-blooded warrior. 1 halberd shatters mountains and rivers. Chen Zong was horrified. Compared to before, the might of this halberd didn't seem to have increased by much, but its aura had increased explosively by quite a few times. It directly charged over, causing Chen Zong to have a tragic feeling as if mountains and rivers were being shattered. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body. Extreme Heart Sword Style. This sword was unparalleled in its power. The power of the sword was strengthened by the Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body, and the golden sword light pierced through the void. Conviction. The conviction to kill the enemy with 1 strike. The conviction to pierce through everything with 1 strike. They collided again, and the horrifying power rippled and raged in all directions. Chen Zong only felt that the horrifying power rushed straight at him, as if it was going to destroy everything. Retreat! He retreated once again to disperse that extremely terrifying power. The ground shattered one after another. Chu Tianlu paused for a moment. His muscles, tendons, and bones surged downwards like waves. He directed his strength to bombard the ground, causing it to collapse and crack. His entire body also borrowed this terrifying strength to charge out. A halberd struck out horizontally. The halberd broke through the air and shattered the mountains. Extreme heart sword technique. He gathered his strength and slashed out with his sword. This sword was Chen Zong's most powerful attack. Even the endless blood sea could not compare to it. If he were to use any other sword art, he wouldn't be a match for Zhang Xian at all. Only the extreme heart sword style could contend against it. Moreover, Chen Zong planned to use the pressure from his opponent to sharpen himself and further perfect his sword technique. Faith, sincerity, heart domain. It was completely integrated into the sword. Kill. In a trance, Chen Zong found that feeling again. It seemed that under the sword, the flow of space slowed down. Vaguely, he seemed to feel that it was like the murmuring of water. His opponent's halberd also seemed to slow down, and its trajectory was even clearer. Chen Zong felt that he seemed to be able to avoid his opponent's attack. The speed of the sword did not slow down in the slightest. Kill. Chen Zong saw a hint of surprise appear on Chu Tianlu's face. That surprise was like a ripple in his eyes. Immediately, a cold light shot out from the depths of Chu Tianlu's eyes. His head shifted in an instant to avoid the extreme heart sword style. Originally, the sword should have pierced through Chu Tianlu's glabella. After it was shifted, it pierced through Chu Tianlu's left ear. The terrifying power immediately shattered his left ear. The sharp pain from his left ear caused Chu Tianlu's expression to change greatly. The momentum brought by the terrifying sword directly penetrated his sea of consciousness, causing him to feel dizzy in an instant. The halberd struck at the same time, but Chen Zong avoided it. Retreat. Chu Tianlu did not hesitate at all. He immediately burst out with all his strength and retreated rapidly. The sharp pain from his left ear being shattered was very intense. It constantly attacked him, and it also contained the terrifying impact of the sword qi. The astonishing momentum reverberated. In such a state, his strength would inevitably be affected. If he continued to fight fiercely with his opponent, he would inevitably fall into a disadvantageous position. He might even be killed. Retreat first. Wait until his injury had recovered. Chu Tianlu made a prompt decision. His speed was astonishingly fast. Chen Zong was slightly startled by the mystery of the extreme heart sword style, so he let Chu Tianlu go far away. Chen Zong did not pursue him. Even if he caught up, it was unknown whether he could kill him. Moreover, Chen Zong felt that it was more important to take this opportunity to comprehend the mystery of the extreme heart sword style. The mystery was very strange. It actually made him feel that the speed of his sword had slowed down. For a moment, Chen Zong could not grasp the opportunity to comprehend the mystery contained in it. Even with his powerful soul and comprehension, it was difficult to comprehend anything. Chen Zong felt that this mystery was even more profound. After a while, Chen Zong only felt confused. It seemed that he wanted to grasp something, but could not grasp it. He could not comprehend anything, so he could only give up temporarily. However, after the fierce battle with the strong opponent, Chen Zong had repeatedly used the extreme heart sword style. It allowed him to grasp more of its mysteries. The extreme heart sword style became more complete and its power increased. Chu Tianlu's expression was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. One of his ears was shattered. This was a disgrace. Of course, it was not that the shattered ear could not be recovered. As long as he left the Xian Yuan treasure scroll, it would be as good as new. There would not be any injuries left. It was just that the feeling was very unpleasant. However, at the same time, Chu Tianlu was also afraid of Chen Zong. He clearly felt that his opponent was not that strong, but he was tenacious and tenacious. The more they fought, the stronger he became. He was very difficult to deal with, and in the end he could even injure him. "Brother Ming, it's him." He Yanlin noticed Chen Zong and immediately said to He Yanming, "Kill him." He Yanming revealed an extremely cold smile, and a murderous intent bloomed from the depths of his eyes. "Kill!" He Yanlin shouted in a low voice, and instantly turned into a black flowing light. His aura was shockingly hot, and he was like a black meteor that streaked across the sky, closing in on Chen Zong. Chen Zong turned around, and a sharp light shot out from his eyes. He stared at He Yanlin, and a smile appeared on his face. "Chen Zong, you deserve to die." He Yanlin's furious voice directly rushed out, filled with murderous intent. "You're just a dead soul under my sword." Chen Zong's rebuttal made He Yanlin extremely angry. "A loser! A dead soul under my sword." He Yanming's eyes were also filled with murderous intent. "I'm going to cut you into pieces." He Yanlin was extremely furious, and his speed increased by a notch. Chen Zong's eyes focused, and his pupils were like needles as he stared at He Yanlin. He waved his right hand lightly, and his 5 fingers grasped the hilt of his sword. The gilded heavy mountain sword was instantly unsheathed. Kill! The moment the sword was unsheathed, it shattered the vacuum. Extreme heart sword style. He Yanlin's strength was not weak, and the other person's aura seemed to be even stronger. If the two of them joined forces, Chen Zong was afraid that he would not be a match for them. Therefore, he had to kill one of them first. He Yanlin's strength was not weak, so he could only use his strongest sword. Extreme heart sword style. Kill! He Yanlin was horrified. He felt as if he was being torn apart by an extreme sharpness, not only his body, but also his mind. Extremely horrifying. Extremely terrifying. The sharpness bloomed in front of his eyes. He Yanlin wanted to dodge, but he found that he could not. Kill! The intense pain spread rapidly, and He Yanlin's consciousness sank. He was killed by Chen Zong's sword. Death. He died under Chen Zong's sword for the second time. He had accumulated some points, but half of them were taken away by Chen Zong again. "You deserve to die." He Yanming's eyes widened in anger. "The person who said that is already dead." Chen Zong replied. He took a step forward, turning into a stream of light that swept across the sky. He quickly approached He Yanming, and his extremely tyrannical aura was like an invisible sword aura. Boom! He Yanming's strength exploded, and the black flame aura soared into the sky. It danced wildly and burned fiercely, burning everything and turning everything into ashes. That was the flame of anger. That was the flame of destruction. Just now, He Yanming was just a bit slower, and his clan brother, He Yanlin, was killed by the other party's sword. This person must die. Chen Zong unleashed his full strength and pointed his finger. The black flame energy pierced through the sky, one after another, and shot out continuously. An astonishing hot aura filled the air. Kill! 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 Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be the sound of killing, majestic and mighty. Extreme heart sword style. Chen Zong muttered to himself, and attacked again. This sword was extremely powerful, and the more perfect it was, the more tyrannical its power would be. A powerful opponent was the best whetstone to sharpen one's sword, to sharpen one's everything. Throw away your worries and be fearless. Wherever your heart desires, your sword will go. A sword pierced through the air. Chen Zong did not find the unique and mysterious feeling in this sword. An intense battle. He Yanming's strength was much stronger than He Yanlin's. Once the battle was intense, it immediately brought Chen Zong a lot of pressure. This pressure was what Chen Zong needed. With enough pressure, his potential could be further stimulated. Die, die, die. He Yanming was extremely furious, and both of his hands struck out continuously. The power was extremely tyrannical and terrifying. The black palm print burned with extremely hot flames, and the flames were extremely violent. Every palm strike was as if it could shatter a mountain. It was extremely terrifying. Chen Zong felt that his body was about to be burned into ashes. Extreme heart sword style. He attacked again. He Yan-ming's pupils shrunk to the size of needles, and black flames rapidly condensed in front of him, turning into an exquisite and solid shield, blocking Chen Zong's attack. The shield was instantly pierced, but the extreme heart sword style was also slightly hindered, unable to hit his opponent. Black Flame King. He Yan-ming executed a secret technique, and the Black Flame King appeared behind him. It looked more solid than the Black Flame King that He Yan-lin had executed, and the aura it emitted was also more tyrannical. Black Flame Skylifting Hand. The Black Fire King immediately struck out with his palm. A huge black palm print covered the sky, as if it was going to crush the earth into smithereens. Strong. The power of this attack was much stronger than the one that He Yan-lin had executed. Celestial Crystal Tyrant Body. Extreme Heart Sword Style. The power increased by several times, and it became even more tyrannical. He Yan-ming felt his hair stand on end, as if this sword could pierce through everything. Boundless Blood Sea. With a thought, the sword struck out, and the blood light swept out like raging waves, drowning the surroundings, including He Yan-ming and the Black Flame King. Extreme Heart Sword Style. Chapter 1442. The sword light was like a shooting star that pierced through the sky. It carried an indomitable will and belief that pierced through, shattered, and destroyed everything. This sword carried Chen Zong's killing intent. The Black Fire King's eyes were burning with blazing flames that emitted a terrifying destructive intent. He struck down with his hand as if he wanted to sink the earth. Ultimate attack. Belief. Will. In an instant, Chen Zong felt a trace of absent-mindedness flash past him. The void under his sword seemed to have slowed down again. The Black Fire King's attack also slowed down under Chen Zong's gaze. Its trajectory was incomparably clear. Under the heart domain, Chen Zong realized that his mastery of the extreme heart sword style was getting stronger. The indomitable sword's trajectory made a slight turn in an instant. He avoided the Black Fire King's ferocious attack and charged towards He Yan-ming. It was a completely unexpected and unimaginable sword that pierced through He Yan-ming's throat and went straight to the back of his neck. He Yan-lin was dead. He Yan-ming was dead. After Chen Zong came to his senses, he checked his points again. He Yan-lin had provided him with more than 100 points. It wasn't a lot. It only increased his ranking by a dozen places. The other person had provided him with a large amount of points, more than 600. More than 600 points was a large amount of points. It directly increased Chen Zong's ranking by a lot as he continued to advance. He Yan-ming was very strong. He was very close to the top 108 on the list. Now that Chen Zong had obtained half of his points, his ranking shot up from the 200th place to the 200th place. He then entered the 150th place and continued to rise. 140. In the outside world, a group of experts and skyprides were staring at the list. All of them noticed that a name was constantly flashing. Every time it flashed, the ranking would rapidly advance. 130. 120. 110. The experts of the mysterious underworld territory were all very excited. They subconsciously clenched their fists. Chen Zong. The name that had sword was Chen Zong. Chen Zong, on the other hand, came from the mysterious underworld territory and was a genius of the mysterious underworld territory. In the beginning, the experts did not place much hope on Chen Zong. However, they did not expect that Chen Zong would not only pass the prefectural competition, but also the regional competition. He even achieved a good ranking in the overall competition. 105. In the end, Chen Zong's name was fixed. 105. "That's great," said an expert from the realm of mystic nether. Currently, 2 of the top 108 were from the mysterious nether region. One was Chunzong, who had just risen, and the other was Su Mubai. In the previous session, only one person from the mystic underworld territory had made it into the top 108. Although it was not the end yet, it was still a great hope that 2 people would make it into the top 108. After some enlightenment, Chunzong further perfected the Extreme Heart Sword style. The Extreme Heart Sword style's lethality was very strong. It was more than twice as strong as the Misty Rain Morning Cloud. It brought about an obvious improvement in Chunzong's strength. With this sword style, Chunzong did not need to use any other sword technique. He could use it to fight his enemies. I wonder if I can make it into the top 108 with the points I have now? Chunzong thought to himself. He could know how many points he had, but he could not know his ranking. This was an unknown factor that made people hunt for others to obtain more points. This was because no one could be sure that they would make it into the top 108 in the end. As a result, the competition intensified. Otherwise, if they were able to find out about their quota, it was difficult to guarantee that there would be some people who would be satisfied, go into hiding, and no longer compete with others, causing this competition to be much less intense. If he did not know his ranking, he would continue to hunt. The improvement in his strength and the leap in his spirit gave him more confidence to face everything. With a sword in hand, he could fight for the top of the world. His strength was completely restored. His half-saint power was more powerful and vigorous. He was getting closer and closer to the upper limit of the half-saint level. It could be said that other than Chunzong, the cultivation of the other geniuses had all reached the upper limit of the half-saint level. They could not improve their cultivation anymore. The only thing that could be improved was the level of the cultivation method. The improvement of the level of the cultivation method would make one's strength purer and more vigorous. It would indirectly increase one's strength. In addition, the breakthrough of the martial arts would also increase one's strength. Finally, it was the half-step Tao meaning. The breakthrough of the combination of these 3 would bring about the most intense improvement. If his cultivation reached the upper limit of the half-saint level, his strength would be further enhanced. Taiyuan Cloud Piercing Technique. With a low shout, the 12th level of the Taiyuan Cloud Piercing Technique was fully activated. The vigorous qi of heaven and earth surged like a tide and turned into an astonishingly huge vortex funnel. It instantly condensed above Chunzong's head and poured down. The qi of heaven and earth was incomparably vigorous, rich, and pure. It poured into Chunzong's body from the top of his head. It was as if it had broken through all the shackles and obstacles in his body. Activate, 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 refine, 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 absorb, absorb, absorb. The qi of heaven and earth in the Xian Yuan treasure scroll was incomparably pure. It could be absorbed as soon as it was refined. There were not many impurities. The 9 spiritual wheels were fully activated. They became faster and more magnificent. The mighty sound burst out like thousands of thunderbolts, shaking the qi, blood, tendons, and organs in his body. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. When there was no more upgrade, the huge vortex in the sky gradually slowed down and slowly dissipated. After the qi of heaven and earth vortex completely dissipated, Chunzong gradually stopped the operation of the cultivation method. He felt that there was an extremely powerful and vigorous force in his body. It was the upper-level half-saint power cultivated by the Taiyuan Cloud Piercing Technique. It was very strong and had reached the upper limit of the half-saint level. If he cultivated normally, it would take at least half a year or more to reach the upper limit of the half-saint level. But now, after going through one life-and-death battle after another, his body's potential was constantly stimulated, and his cultivation speed would be faster. The upper limit of the half-saint level. His body was filled with vigorous and pure half-saint power, and his strength was further enhanced. With my current strength, I should be able to defeat Jian Lingxiao. Chen Zong's eyes flickered as he thought to himself. Jian Lingxiao's strength that day was no match for his current strength. Even if Jian Lingxiao was 10%, 20%, or even 30% stronger, he was confident that he could defeat and kill Jian Lingxiao. Of course, if Jian Lingxiao had more tricks up his sleeve, it would be difficult to predict the outcome. But Chen Zong was also a little happy that his strength had improved to this extent. He took a step forward and performed the flowing light flying shadow body technique. He directly turned into a light shadow and flew out. His speed was several times faster than before. The faster the speed, the more obvious the increase in strength. Time flew, and more than 20 days had passed. There were only a few days left before the end of the competition. The more time passed, the more intense the competition was, and the more intense the changes in the rankings were. Chen Zong was originally ranked 105th, but now his points had increased, and his ranking had dropped. He was ranked 110th. Of course, Chen Zong did not know that his ranking had dropped, but the experts and geniuses of the mysterious underworld territory were secretly anxious. Now, Su Mubai was the only one in the top 108, and he was ranked 78. The higher one's ranking was, the harder it was to be pushed down. However, if one encountered a stronger opponent and was killed, he would lose half of his points and fall out of the top 108. On the 28th day, there was another change in the rankings. In the top 108, one name dropped rapidly, while another name rose rapidly. Jian Lingxiao. Jian Lingxiao's name had entered the top 108, and he was ranked 93rd. Great! The experts of the mysterious underworld territory were overjoyed. 2 more people had entered the top 108. In fact, to the whole, it was a good thing no matter who entered the top 108. It was a good thing for the mysterious underworld territory's reputation. But in terms of details, the mysterious underworld palace was the happiest and most honored that Su Mubai entered the top 108. The Golden Sword Villa was the happiest and most honored that Jian Lingxiao entered the top 108. As for Chen Zong, if he entered the top 108, no force would be happy for him. After all, Chen Zong was a rogue cultivator. Die! The staff slammed down from the sky, accompanied by a thunderous and powerful momentum. It carried the terrifying weight of a mountain, as if it was going to shatter the ground into countless pieces. Chen Zong only felt an extremely shocking pressure falling from the sky, as if it was going to suppress him and crush his muscles, bones, and flesh into powder. It was very strong. Moreover, the intent contained in the staff was extremely shocking, and he felt that he could not dodge it. It was like a landslide. It was like the sky was falling. Chen Zong squinted his eyes slightly. Through the mountain-like staff shadow, he stared at the figure behind the staff shadow. He suddenly exerted strength in his right hand, and his muscles bulged as his strength surged out. 90% half-step sword intent. Ultimate half-saint energy. Kill. Extreme heart sword style. The sword trembled slightly and turned into a finger-sized golden sword radiance that pierced through the sky. It was extremely sharp and pierced through everything. It also carried an extremely powerful and terrifying force, shattering the air around the golden sword radiance. It was a sword that originated from the heart and ended in the sword. It was an ultimate sword that was unparalleled and indomitable. A golden radiance pierced through the sky, and the horizon seemed to be within reach as it pierced through in an instant. The ultimate half-saint energy made Chen Zong's sword even more powerful. The staff shadow was pierced through by the sword, and the incomparably powerful staff, that was as heavy as a mountain, also trembled. It was directly pushed away by the terrifying power of the sword, and was slightly deflected. A slight deviation would result in victory, defeat, and death. The pupils of the peerless Sky Pride, who was holding the staff with both hands, shrank like needles. His body trembled subconsciously, and a chill ran up his spine and rushed to his brain. Close. Under the realm of heart, Chen Zong grasped all of his opponent's reactions. His mastery of the extreme heart sword style had also reached the ultimate level. The sword radiance flashed and disappeared in an instant. The Sky Pride widened his eyes with shock and reluctance. Then, his body turned into nothingness and disappeared. Death. Chen Zong gained a large number of points, and his ranking on the list rose again. He entered the top 108 from the 110th place, and then continued to rise. The 100th place. Look, Chen Zong has entered the top 108 again, a Sky Pride from the mysterious Nether territory exclaimed. The 99th place. The 98th place. The 97th place. Chapter 1443. 95th place. This was Chen Zong's final ranking after killing his opponent and obtaining half of his opponent's points. There was only 1 day left before the 1-month deadline. On this day, many geniuses were frantically searching for others to kill and obtain points. Chen Zong also encountered 2 peerless geniuses in succession. One of them died under Chen Zong's sword, causing Chen Zong's points to increase further, and his ranking rose to 88. The other genius was very strong. Chen Zong went through an extremely difficult battle, but in the end, he was unable to kill him and let him escape. Time's up. A majestic voice directly resounded through the void and spread in all directions. It was as mighty as the sound of divine thunder at the beginning of the world. At the same time as the voice rang out, a mighty and irresistible force descended from the sky, suppressing everyone's bodies in an instant, causing them to be unable to move at all. Some geniuses who were fighting fiercely suddenly paused, as they had no choice but to move. A few of the Heaven's Prides who were about to use their killer moves to kill their opponents and steal their points also stopped. The intense light from their killer moves was less than an inch away from their opponent. Just a little bit more and it would be enough to hit and kill their opponent. In the span of a breath, everything came to a standstill, as if time and space in the entire world had been frozen. However, the interesting thing was that everyone's consciousness was clear, and they were clearly aware of their current state at this very moment. It was as if they were ants being dominated by someone else. Their life and death were not in their own hands, and everything was under the control of others. If they wanted to live, they would live, and if they wanted to die, they would die instantly. This feeling was extremely unpleasant. Power. This feeling immediately made everyone thirst for power even more, and Chen Zong was no exception. Only with great power could one better control one's own fate, and not be controlled by others. In the blink of an eye, everyone immediately felt an extremely strong and irresistible repulsive force land on their bodies, as if the will of the world itself was repelling them, expelling everyone. In an instant, everyone disappeared from the world of the Xian Yuan treasure scroll. Soon after, streaks of light descended from the Xian Yuan treasure scroll and turned into figures after landing. They were the 1,080 Sky Prides who had entered the Xian Yuan treasure scroll. With a glance, everyone realized that they had left the world of the Xian Yuan treasure scroll. 1 month. In the world of the Xian Yuan treasure scroll, a month of life and death battles had suddenly appeared here. Everyone was not used to it. However, everyone was extraordinary and they quickly adapted to it. Their gazes fell on the light screen in midair, and the names on the light screen. The 108 names at the top were also the most eye-catching. All the geniuses were either confident, expectant, or hesitant, trying to see their own names at the top. When he didn't see his name, an indescribable disappointment surged like a tide, swallowing his mind and almost suffocating him. Whether or not his name entered the top 108 meant that he would be able to participate in the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. How can this be? Some of the geniuses couldn't accept the reality of the situation and mumbled to themselves in a daze. With his strength, How could he not be able to obtain one of the 108 names? However, the points on the light screen were clear as day. There was no mistake about how many points he had. Moreover, the points he had were indeed not qualified to be listed in the top 108, because the points of the top 108 were much higher than his. When Chen Zong saw his name, even with his temperament, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly was held once every 100 years, and it was related to the supreme treasure, the Mystic Yuan Sacred Tower. It was a rare opportunity, and it would be a pity if he missed it. After all, it was held once every 100 years, and 100 years was not a short time for the geniuses. It was enough time for their cultivation to break through to the Saint Realm. However, a Saint Realm cultivator was not qualified to participate in the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. Of course, a Saint Realm cultivator had the opportunity to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Tower, but it was very difficult. It was a rare opportunity to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Tower when one was a half-saint. It meant that one would surpass one's peers and surpass one's seniors. 93rd place. At the last moment, someone's ranking increased further, causing Chen Zong's ranking to drop from 88th to 93rd. However, whether it was 88th or 93rd place, as long as one could enter the top 108 and obtain a spot to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly, it would be enough. Chen Zong also saw some familiar names on the light screen. For example, Feng Yanyan, the top genius of the Mountain Flow Mansion, Fierce Phoenix King, was ranked 58th. Zhao Xingkong's name was ranked 69th. Su Mubai's ranking was slightly higher, at 65th. As for Jian Lingxiao, it was a pity. His name was ranked 109th, and he was only one name away from obtaining a spot to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. The ranking did not completely represent one's strength, but when the difference in ranking was huge, it also represented the difference in strength. For example, the peerless geniuses ranked in the top 10 or even the top 30 were definitely stronger than the peerless geniuses ranked 80th, 90th, and 100th. After all, the more powerful one was, the more points one could obtain. However, no matter what, obtaining a spot to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly was a good thing, as it meant that one was qualified to enter the final competition. As for those who did not obtain a spot, it did not matter whether they were strong or weak. Most of the experts and geniuses from the Mystic Underworld territory were overjoyed. This time, 2 people from the Mystic Underworld territory had entered the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. However, the experts from the Mountain Flow Mansion were very unhappy, as only 2 people from the entire Mountain Flow Mansion had entered the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. It was actually not bad to have 2 spots. After all, among the 27 mansions in the one capital, 3 paths, and 9 states, many mansions had only one person who had obtained a spot. The reason why the experts from the Mountain Flow Mansion were unhappy was that the Mystic Underworld territory, which they looked down on, had obtained 2 spots. In fact, some mansions did not even obtain a single spot. The experts from the mansions who did not obtain a spot had ugly expressions on their faces. However, the outcome had already been decided, and there was nothing they could do. Chen Zong felt a sharp, violent, and domineering gaze piercing through the void, as though it wanted to pierce through his body. He suddenly felt a chill in his heart, and when he looked back, he saw 2 sharp, murderous gazes that seemed to want to pierce through him and kill him. It was the genius whose left ear had been shattered by his sword in the Mystic Yuan Treasure Scroll world. That person's left ear had already recovered, and Chen Zong could see the sharp, murderous intent in his eyes. He expected that this person would definitely seek revenge on him, but Chen Zong was not afraid. Congratulations to all the geniuses for obtaining a spot to enter the Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly, and entering the real Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly. A majestic voice rang out. It was a little low, but it contained an unparalleled majesty that suppressed the sky, causing the surrounding heaven and earth Yuan Qi to fall silent. It was the king of the mystic Yuan dynasty. The mystic Yuan sacred assembly will begin in 3 days. The king did not say much, but this sentence made everyone excited. The mystic Yuan sacred assembly. All the geniuses started from the prefecture competition, went through the state competition, and went through the cultivation competition just now. All of them had come so far for the mystic Yuan sacred assembly. Even peerless geniuses like Yang Quan, He Yanzi, and Yi Chundao could not help but feel excited. This was because they knew the mysteries of the mystic Yuan sacred tower, and they were eager to enter it. However, even with the ability of the forces behind them, they could not get a spot to enter. They could only rely on their own efforts to participate in the mystic Yuan sacred assembly. The 108 geniuses who had obtained a spot to enter the mystic Yuan sacred assembly were arranged to stay in the Mystic Sky Park. The Mystic Sky Park occupied a vast area, and there were countless houses that were located in clusters. The periphery was enveloped by a large array. Once it was activated, even a half-step Great Saint Realm expert would not be able to break through it in a short period of time. Everyone's safety was greatly guaranteed. One had to know that these 108 geniuses were selected from numerous battles. Perhaps some of them were not necessarily stronger than those who were eliminated, but they were able to obtain a spot because they were outstanding. All in all, when these geniuses grew, they would further enhance the overall strength of the mystic Yuan dynasty and the mystic Yuan world. No matter how strong the protection was, it would not be too much. The death of any one of them would be a great loss. Not only was the Mystic Sky Park protected by a powerful array, but there were also many Mastery Saint Rudiment stage experts secretly guarding it. There were even 2 half-step Great Saint Realm experts personally guarding it. Even if the experts from the Dark Forces made a move, they would not be able to kill any of the peerless geniuses. This was because the Great Saint Realm expert guarding the Mystic Yuan dynasty would make a move in a very short period of time. Chen Zong stayed in one of the palaces. This palace was not big, but it was very stylish and artistic. As soon as Chen Zong stepped into it, his mind was clear, and there were no distracting thoughts. His entire person seemed to be in a profound state, which was somewhat helpful for his comprehension. Moreover, the world's essence here was very rich, which surprised Chen Zong. Compared to the world's essence in the Mystic Yuan Treasure Scroll world, the world's essence here was at least 50% richer and purer. However, his cultivation had now reached the peak of the half-step Saint Realm. In terms of cultivation realm, unless he broke through to the Saint Realm, he could not improve it. But I can still improve the level of my cultivation technique, Chen Zong thought to himself, his eyes shining brightly. Although his cultivation could not be improved, his cultivation technique could still be improved. Once it was improved, his half-step saint power would become more vigorous and pure, and the explosive power would also be more powerful, which was equivalent to the improvement of his strength. Without hesitation, Chen Zong did not waste any time. He immediately sat cross-legged, cleared all distracting thoughts, and quickly cultivated. A large amount of world's essence quickly surged from all directions and poured into Chen Zong's body. Chapter 1444. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. One after another, the 108 Sky Prides woke up from their cultivation and walked out of the palace. In the sky, strong winds blew endlessly, and the clouds drifted endlessly. The real Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly was about to begin. The Sky Pride's eyes shone brightly. They were full of energy, and spirit, showing their astonishing confidence and faith. The Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly was held in the Mystic Yuan dynasty's capital, and it was called the Divine Mystic Palace. Normally, the Divine Mystic Palace would not be opened, and it would only be opened for important occasions. The Mystic Yuan Sacred Assembly, which was held once every 100 years, was naturally not a small matter. It was a grand event of great importance. The divine mystic palace was magnificent and stood alone among the palaces in the capital. It exuded an incomparably mysterious aura that intoxicated the nearby Saint Realm powerhouses. They could feel that the place was filled with traces of Tao intent. They were fluctuating like elves dancing in joy in all directions. They could feel this just by getting close to it. What would happen if they entered it? The group of powerhouses was looking forward to it. The gate of the divine mystic palace was closed. It was green and seemed to have countless rays of brilliance flowing around it. Each ray of brilliance exuded an incomparably ancient and profound aura. Chernzong looked awe-inspiring. He could feel traces of Tao rhymes from the brilliance. The so-called Tao rhymes were a type of Tao intent. The stronger the Tao rhymes, the more beneficial it would be for one's comprehension of Tao intent. The gate alone contained a strong Tao rhyme. What would happen if they entered it? How strong would the Tao rhymes be? For a moment, Chernzong was slightly excited. The other sky prides were the same. The divine mystic palace. It looked like a palace, but it was actually a precious treasure. It was rumored that the ancestor of the mystic Yuan dynasty had brought back a supreme artifact from the void outside the realm. It contained great power. The condensation of Tao rhymes was just a side effect. Of course, just the side effect of the Tao rhymes was enough to shock the group of sky prides and powerhouses. It could be called a cultivation holy land. Open. There seemed to be a mighty sound that reverberated in all directions. The gate in front of everyone trembled slightly. Then, there was a mighty sound as the gate slowly opened inwards. The moment a crack appeared, a gust of wind blew out. The wind blew against Chernzong's face, causing him to shiver. He had an indescribable feeling. It was a wind that contained countless Taoist rhymes. It was a Taoist rhyme wind. All of a sudden, Chernzong seemed to have sensed countless Tao rhymes. Wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, darkness. However, it was too brief, so Chernzong could only faintly sense it and didn't have time to comprehend it. Chernzong felt that if he was able to persist for a longer period of time, then perhaps he would be able to comprehend a second type of half-step Tao insight. At that time, his strength would be even stronger. Of Tao intent. Of Tao, Tao of heaven of Tao. Of Tao. Of Tao of Tao's Tao. Of course, while Tao of Tao was important, one's cultivation could not be neglected. Otherwise, if one's cultivation was too low, it would be difficult to unleash one's full potential. A true powerhouse had no shortcomings. At least, there were no obvious shortcomings. Enter. When the gate of the Divine Mystery Palace opened halfway, there seemed to be another mighty sound that reverberated in everyone's souls. Step forward. The group of sky prides stepped into the Divine Mystery Palace. It was dark inside and nothing could be seen. However, when everyone stepped in, it suddenly lit up. There seemed to be countless green lights that filled all directions. The green lights spun like stars, and there was an indescribable brilliance and magnificence. The rich Tao rhymes almost made people lose themselves. At this point, the 108 sky prides participating in the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly were separated from the other powerhouses and sky pride. The 108 sky prides strode forward. Once again, they passed through a gate that flickered like flowing water. The 108 sky prides suddenly appeared in an open space. The open space was circular and very large. However, the light was somewhat dim. It seemed that there was only a ray of light shining down from above. It felt like a patio. Immediately, the light that shone down from above became more intense. However, it was not dazzling at all. Instead, it lit up the entire area. Rays of light flickered and condensed in the air, turning into lotus platforms. Each lotus platform was the same size and color. They all had 12 petals. There were a total of 108 lotus platforms, corresponding to the 108 sky pride. In an instant, the 108 sky prides were enlightened. They leaped up and flew straight up, landing on the lotus platforms. The 108 lotus platforms were all filled in an instant. They naturally floated in all directions, leaving the most central open space. Immediately, countless rays of light circulated and condensed in the central open space. A huge 36-petal lotus platform that was 1,000 meters in diameter appeared. When the huge 12-petal lotus platform appeared, there seemed to be Tao rhymes in the air. The rules of the Xianyuan sacred battle. Everyone will have to fight to the death with the others. A mighty voice suddenly rang out. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It sounded very simple and easy to understand. It meant that one would have to fight against 107 other Sky Pride. Moreover, it was not an ordinary battle. It was a battle to the death. Just thinking about it made one realize how cruel it was. 107 battles to the death. It was not just a matter of strength. One also needed to have a strong will and determination. Otherwise, it would be difficult to endure. If it were any other Sky Prides, they would definitely not be able to endure more than 100 battles to the death in a short period of time. This was also a kind of training. It was also a way to develop one's own potential. The Xianyuan Sacred Battle will determine your ranking on the Xianyuan Little Saint ranking. The higher your ranking, the longer you can cultivate in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower, the mighty voice said again. 108th place. You can cultivate in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower for 2 hours. 107th place. You can cultivate in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower for 4 hours. And so on. First place, you can cultivate in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower for 108 hours. Chen Zong's understanding of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower was superficial. Therefore, he did not know how amazing it was to be able to cultivate in the Sacred Tower for 108 hours. However, those Sky Prides who knew about the Xianyuan Sacred Tower were all excited. Even if they could not get first place, as long as they could get into the top 10, they could cultivate for close to 100 or even 100 hours. How amazing was that? Even if they could only get into the top 20 or 30, they could still cultivate for 80 to 90 hours. For a moment, everyone was excited. If you win, you will get 2 victory points. If you draw, you will get 1 victory point. If you lose, you will get no victory points. The Xianyuan Sacred Battle is a battle to the death. You will be chosen randomly. As soon as the voice finished speaking, the lotus seats suddenly shone with light. About 10 breaths later, 2 of the lotus seats shone brightly while the rest of the lotus seats dimmed. In the next moment, the 2 figures on the 2 lotus seats flashed out of thin air and disappeared from the lotus seat. However, they reappeared in the center of the huge lotus seat below, facing each other from a few hundred meters away. Clearly, the 2 of them had not fully reacted. They were still a little confused. After quickly looking around, they finally understood their situation. Duel. They had been chosen as the 2 sides for the first duel. Their eyes suddenly became sharp as they gathered their strength in an instant. One of them was a Sky Pride from the Xianyuan Ancient Path, while the other was a Sky Pride from the Mingyuan Path. Their eyes focused as they stared at each other with incomparable sharpness. Traces of killing intent bloomed in their eyes. This was a duel of life and death. There was a mysterious power here that could make people die, but they would not really die. Therefore, they could go all out and use all their strength without restraint to kill their opponent. Killing their opponent would give them 2 victory points. The more victory points they had, the higher their ranking. If they did not lose, they would definitely get first place in the end. The 2 of them gradually sped up and moved quickly. They gradually closed in on each other and launched probing attack. First, they probed to see how strong each other was before making a counterattack. After a few rounds of probing, the 2 of them seemed to have found out something and immediately unleashed their true strength. Boom! When the 2 of them collided, an extremely terrifying and violent force blasted out in all directions. It was like a rolling wave that was extremely tyrannical. An extremely shocking might spread out in all directions, directly bombarding the 36 lotus leaves on the huge lotus platform. It was like a raging wave crashing against the shore, but it was all blocked, unable to shake the lotus leaves in the slightest. Instead, it shattered on its own, gradually reverberating within the lotus platform, transforming into gusts of wild wind that blew and whistled. Die! The Sky Pride from the Xianyuan ancient path was a body cultivator. His physique was extremely strong. Half of his mixed heavenly power surged into his right arm. His muscles swelled and his tendons protruded like pythons and dragons. A terrifying blood chi filled the air and rushed out, causing his arm to turn red like a soldering iron and emit an extremely high temperature. He punched out. Vaguely, there seemed to be an ancient beast roaring in the sky that wanted to destroy everything. "You're the one who's going to die." The peerless Sky Pride from the Ming Yuan Dao path had a cold look on his face. His body stirred up a storm that was filled with an extremely terrifying aura. It roared out and destroyed everything. Once they collided, an even more terrifying force burst out and surged crazily. Once, twice, thrice. Every time they collided, there would be a shocking shockwave that crashed onto the lotus leaves and shattered, turning into a turbulent flow and then into a mighty gale. The wind whistled and raged endlessly. The Tao that the peerless Sky Pride from the Ming Yuan Dao path had comprehended and grasped was a half-step wind Tao will. At this moment, on the lotus seat where the wind was raging endlessly, it was perfect for him to use it. With a kick, the gale was drawn and blasted out together. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Every kick was a strike. The speed was getting faster and faster, and the power was also getting stronger and more terrifying. The peerless Sky Pride from the Xianyuan ancient path had an extremely solemn expression. His blood chi seemed to be burning as the shadow of an ancient beast appeared behind him. It was his chi spirit. He unleashed his full strength and continuously resisted the opponent's attacks while slowly retreating. Die, die, die. The peerless Sky Pride from the Ming Yuan Dao path roared 3 times in a row and blasted out 3 kicks in an instant. The 3 kicks condensed into 1 kick. Amidst the raging gale, one could vaguely see traces of electric arcs jumping. Boom! Chapter 1445. Boom! The peerless heavens chosen one of the Ming Yuan Dao sect's leg was like a lightning dragon drilling through the air. It landed heavily on the chest of the heavens chosen one of the Xian Gu Dao sects 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 strongest victory, 2 victory points. The candidates for the second battle were also chosen in a short span of 10 breath. This time, everyone was mentally prepared. Therefore, the 2 prodigies who were chosen to appear on the gigantic 36-petaled lotus platform reacted instantly. They gathered their strength and engulfed their bodies. An astonishing aura also spread out. Boom! 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 The terrifying aura collided and turned into an astonishing storm that raged in all directions. They had not yet made a move, but they were already exchanging blows. Immediately, the 2 of them attacked and engaged in a fierce battle. Chen Zong stared at the 2 of them in the battle, trying to see each of their moves as clearly as possible. His mind was working at lightning speed. He put himself in their shoes and imagined fighting against each other, dismantling each other's moves, counterattacking, and even defeating each other. This was no doubt a heavy burden on his mind. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind was strong enough to withstand it. In fact, Chen Zong was not the only one who did this. The other prodigies were doing the same. Fighting with strong opponents was a way to hone oneself. Watching the strong fight was also an indirect way to hone oneself and further strengthen oneself. There were 108 people here, all of whom were peerless prodigies. Perhaps there was a difference in strength, but they all had their own strengths and were worth watching. Of course, for those extremely strong prodigies, the current battle was not enough to arouse their interest. Everyone had their own way of cultivation, and Chen Zong's way was to constantly observe and experience, so as to accumulate, consolidate, sharpen, and improve. This battle lasted for half an hour, and the winner was decided immediately. Immediately, the third battle began. One battle after another went on. There was no time to rest at all. The people who were killed would disappear on the gigantic 36-petaled lotus platform and appear on their own 12-petaled lotus platform. Other than experiencing the feeling of death, they would not suffer any other losses. In the 12th battle, the lights kept flashing. Chen Zong's lotus platform shone brightly. Chen Zong knew that he had been chosen. However, he did not know who his opponent was. Of course, it didn't matter which of the 107 peerless geniuses his opponent was, because Chen Zong would have to fight the other 107 people to the death. Of course, if they could win the first round, it would undoubtedly cultivate a trace of sharpness, which would more or less be of help to the following battles. However, it wasn't absolute. Chen Zong's figure flashed and disappeared from the 12-petal lotus platform. He reappeared on the 36-petal giant lotus platform. Another figure appeared several hundred meters away from him. The figure had his eyes closed, as if he was enjoying something. However, there was a faintly discernible fluctuation of aura emanating from his body. The fluctuation of aura immediately made Chen Zong's hair stand on end. It was terrifying. Chen Zong's heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously, he gathered all his strength to protect himself. In an instant, that person opened his eyes and a cold light shot out like a shooting star. It pierced through the air and shot towards Chen Zong, causing Chen Zong's pupils to shrink to the size of needles in an instant. He was instantly horrified. A trace of blood bloomed in the depths of the figure's eyes, which seemed to be magnified in front of Chen Zong's eyes. It was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood was coming at him. Immediately, the figure's lips curled into a sinister smile. "As my first opponent, it's your misfortune." The cold and evil voice sounded. In an instant, the terrifying aura swept over like a hurricane, making Chen Zong's hair stand on end. He was chosen as Li Han's first opponent. This person's luck is really bad. In the periphery, a group of experts could see. Those who were familiar with Li Han shook their heads and laughed. That's true. Li Han is the number 2 genius of the Li family in the capital city. In the capital city, the surname Chu was the most respected. It was the royal surname of the Xianyuan dynasty. However, in the capital city, or in the entire Xianyuan dynasty, there were 2 other clans besides the Chu family with the surname Wang. They were the Li family and the Zhong family. With the Chu family as the leader, the Li family and the Zhong family were slightly behind them. They were the 3 most powerful forces in the capital city, and the other forces could not be compared to them. The 3 clans had been passed down for countless years, and they had been passed down from the same era. The ancestors of the Li family and the Zhong family had once assisted the ancestor of the Chu family to establish the Xianyuan dynasty. In the Xianyuan dynasty, the Li family and the Zhong family's status could be said to be second only to the Chu family. As the number 2 genius of the Li family, Li Han was extremely talented and powerful. In the previous Xianyuan treasure scroll world, he was ranked in the top 10. This was a strong opponent, a very powerful one. Make your move. Let's see how far you can go. Li Han exuded a terrifying aura, but did not make the first move. Instead, he spoke in a cold tone, with a hint of arrogance. This kind of contempt did not make Chen Zong angry. Instead, it made him solemn. Chen Zong stared at his opponent. For a moment, he did not know where to start, because he felt that his opponent was full of flaws. There were flaws everywhere. There were only two situations. First, his opponent was very weak, and the gap between them was too big. Therefore, he seemed to be full of flaws. Second, his opponent was very strong, even stronger than himself. Therefore, although he seemed to be full of flaws, in fact, he deliberately revealed them to lure his opponent. If he attacked when those were the real flaws, he would definitely suffer a strong counterattack. This person was obviously the latter. Suddenly, a trace of fighting spirit spread out from the deepest part of Chen Zong's heart. To be able to have a life-and-death battle with such a strong opponent and not have to worry about real death, he could fight without any scruples. Even if he was defeated and killed in the end, he would have no regret. After all, this was a very rare experience. What could stimulate one's potential more than a true life-and-death battle? As his thoughts raced, Chen Zong's eyes became brighter and sharper. His aura spread out like a sharp sword unsheathed, and vaguely, it seemed to tear the entire lotus platform apart. Interesting. Li Han was slightly surprised. He did not expect that his opponent would not show the slightest fear under his aura. Instead, he condensed such a shockingly sharp aura. Immediately, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. However, he still did not take Chen Zong seriously. The 13th level of the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique was fully activated. In 3 days, Chen Zong successfully raised the Taiyuan cloud scraping technique from the 12th level to the 13th level with the help of the pure and boundless qi of heaven and earth in the Xiantian garden. The increase in the level of the cultivation technique caused Chen Zong's high-level half-saint power to become more vigorous and pure, causing his strength to increase by a lot. Full force. Half-step heart sword Tao intent of 90%. Celestial crystal dominating body of lesser mastery. Greater mastery of flowing light shadow. In an instant, Chen Zong turned into a ray of flowing light and approached Li Han. Li Han did not seem to notice and did not move at all. He just stared at Chen Zong, who appeared in front of him, with a faintly discernible smile on the corners of his mouth. The light in Chen Zong's eyes was extremely sharp. The moment he approached Li Han, his right hand clasped the sword hilt and pulled out the gilded heavy mountain sword like a knife cutting water. In an instant, an extremely terrifying sword attack burst out. Horizontal slash. Even though it was not the extreme heart sword style, it was still a very powerful sword attack. The sword light was extremely fierce and unparalleled. It was as if a mountain would be directly cut into pieces under the sword. However, in that instant the sword slashed through the air and missed. Li Han, who was full of openings, seemed to have disappeared in an instant. He did not really disappear, but Li Han's speed was extremely fast. In an instant, he took a step back and cleverly avoided Chen Zong's horizontal slash. He took a step forward and the second slash followed. Third slash. Fourth slash. Fifth slash. The gilded mountainous sword seemed as if it didn't have the slightest bit of weight as it ceaselessly slashed out. Every single sword strike contained Chen Zong's entire strength, and every single sword strike was extremely formidable and ferocious, causing an extremely terrifying storm of swords to arise, and it caused the hearts of everyone to tremble. You have some strength. Not enough. You are still not Li Han's opponent. Although Chen Zong's attack was very shocking, he could not hit Li Han. Li Han's body movement and footwork seemed simple, but in fact it was very mysterious. Every step seemed to be in accordance with some kind of mystery. He very cleverly avoided Chen Zong's big sword attack. As Chen Zong attacked with his sword, he also paid attention to Li Han's footwork. Looking at it, he suddenly felt a little dizzy. It was difficult to describe the mystery. Slash. 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 Chen Zong knew that if he could see through the mystery of his opponent's footwork, he might be able to hit his opponent. With his super strong soul, His amazing comprehension ability was fully activated. As he attacked with his sword, he comprehended at the same time. The others did not know, not even Li Han himself. In fact, Li Han did not take Chen Zong seriously. There were only a few people who could be regarded as opponents by him. The others were not in his eyes at all. Now Li Han had a playful attitude. He was playing with Chen Zong. This was also Li Han's usual style. Little did he know that his play gave Chen Zong a very good opportunity to fully display his strength and observe the mystery of his opponent's footwork. He used this to improve himself. No one knew how terrifying Chen Zong's comprehension ability was. After about 30 slashes, Chen Zong's sword paused slightly. The light in his eyes was completely restrained. A trace of indescribable mysterious aura spread out. Heart domain. Extreme heart swordsmanship. It started from the heart and stopped at the sword. As he attacked with his sword, the sword light condensed into a beam. It pierced through the sky like a finger. The speed of the sword reached the extreme, but it also seemed to break through the limit. The moment the sword stabbed out, it had already appeared in front of Li Han, directly between his eyebrows. If this sword pierced through, it would be enough to smash Li Han's head into powder. He would die very miserably. In an instant, Li Han's heart trembled. His pupils shrank to the size of needles. He only felt a great sense of horror. It was as if he saw the hand of death reaching out from hell and grabbing his soul. It was as if it wanted to capture him and drag him into hell, sinking him into eternal oblivion. It was hard to imagine that his opponent could actually perform a sword attack that frightened him. Chapter 1446. Extreme Heart Swordsmanship. It was a sword attack with all his strength, and it was a sword attack that seized the opportunity for an instant, but it didn't work. This made Chen Zong feel a little regretful. After all, he had used dozens of sword attacks to paralyze his opponent, to pave the way for the final extreme heart swordsmanship. For a strong opponent like Li Han, the extreme heart swordsmanship wouldn't work at all when he used it at the beginning. Instead, it would let his opponent see through it and be more vigilant. Although this sword attack didn't work, it made Li Han feel a chill in his heart, and he was scared. Almost, just a little bit, he would have been hit by that sword. Even with his strength, if he was hit, only death would await him. If he was defeated by those who he regarded as strong opponents, Li Han could accept it. But if he was defeated by someone who was weaker than him because of his slight contempt, he couldn't accept it. It was a disgrace. This feeling made Li Han angry. His eyes became colder and colder, and his face was gloomy. Traces of killing intent lingered, and his breath became more and more terrifying, making Chen Zong feel cold all over for no reason. "You have successfully angered me." Li Han's voice was like a cold wind from the extreme north, freezing everything and shocking the world. The moment Chen Zong's pupils contracted unconsciously, a shocking chill came. The chill grew from his spine and rushed to his brain. In front of him was a flash of bright sword light. Fast. Too fast. It was so fast that he was unprepared, and the sword had already attacked. How did he attack? He didn't know, because he couldn't see it clearly at all. This saber strike that was filled with anger contained Li Han's full strength, all for the sake of killing Chen Zong. His hair stood on end. Chen Zong could only rely on the subconscious that was tempered by countless life and death situations to explode. He quickly retreated and blocked with his sword. Chen Zong blocked the blade by a hair's breadth, but the extremely terrifying cold qi flowed along the blade of the sword. It was as if it had frozen his arms and body, causing Chen Zong's arms and body to go numb. His reaction also slowed down a bit in that instant. Even though he quickly operated the ancient flame refining technique to dispel the chill, it was too late. The second sword attack had already arrived. Too fast. Chen Zong's consciousness had just sensed it, but his body slowed down a little because of the chill of the previous saber strike. His vision suddenly turned black. Die. He was killed by Li Han with a single slash. Ant. Sheathing his saber, Li Han stared at the body that had been cut in half and laughed disdainfully. In the next breath, Chen Zong appeared on the original 12-petal lotus platform. There was still a trace of fear on his face, and it took him a few breaths to recover his calm. But it was only on the surface, and it was difficult for him to calm down in his heart. Death. This kind of feeling of death was really unbearable. In an instant, he fell into darkness. He couldn't hear, see, or feel anything. It was as if he had fallen into eternal darkness. How terrifying! That kind of dark terror of death was like a virus that corroded one's mind. Fortunately, Chen Zong was also a person who had experienced a real death and reincarnated into the Lingwu holy world. Therefore, he really calmed down very quickly. If it were other people who didn't have such an experience, it was inevitable that they would find it difficult to calm down for a period of time. Li Han appeared on another lotus platform. His sharp and cold eyes stared at Chen Zong as if he wanted to penetrate Chen Zong's body. It was as if he wanted to kill Chen Zong a second time to vent his hatred. Chen Zong didn't pay attention to him. Instead, he calmed down and started to reflect. No matter what Li Han's personality was like, his strength was undeniably strong. That mysterious footwork avoided dozens of slashes from his sword. The last 2 slashes were not only extremely fast, but also extremely powerful. All of this was worth reflecting on. The next battle continued, but Chen Zong didn't watch. He was immersed in his own reflection. The mysterious footwork, the ultimate saber technique, and the darkness of death and the light of rebirth. It was a cycle of life and death. Between life and death was a great terror, but also a great opportunity. Whether one could grasp it or not depended on the person. Chen Zong felt that he seemed to be able to grasp it. After losing a battle, Chen Zong didn't gain any victory points. Therefore, he had no chance of getting first place. However, Chen Zong didn't feel regretful. With his current strength, it was indeed difficult to get first place. Then, he just had to do his best to get the final place. In short, in this cruel battle, he still had the hope of continuing to improve and go further. Battle after battle, some won and some lost. Chen Zong didn't watch the battle. He was still immersed in his own reflection. This battle had brought him great benefit. After he finished his reflection, Chen Zong felt that the half-step sword intent seemed to show signs of improvement. 90% to 100%. This would be an even greater improvement, at least 50%. Chen Zong secretly estimated. It was expected that many of these exceptional geniuses had comprehended the half-step Dao intent to 100%. Some of them might even have mastered more than one half-step Dao intent. That was why their strength was so strong. Otherwise, although there was a gap in their cultivation, they wouldn't be able to easily kill each other with their cultivation at the peak of the half-saint level. It would only be so when the gap in all aspects was combined. After comprehending to the extreme, the half-step sword intent was still at 90%. It wouldn't be easy to break through, so Chen Zong wasn't in a hurry. The battle of life and death continued. Some won, some lost, and some tied. Su Mubai, who came from the mysterious underworld territory with Chen Zong, defeated his opponent and gained 2 victory points. Chen Zong also knew that he would eventually have to fight with Su Mubai. It was just a matter of time. Soon, all 108 geniuses had made their move. The first round was over. After the first round ended, the second round didn't start immediately. Instead, they were given 15 minutes. At the end of the day, the Xianyuan sacred battle was to determine the final ranking, but it was also to further stimulate everyone's potential and bring them to the peak of the half-saint level. Therefore, it was necessary to give everyone some time to relax after a round of battle of life and death. After a while, the second round began. In the 8th round, Chen Zong was chosen again. His opponent was someone he didn't know, but he was also an exceptional genius from the capital. Many of the 108 geniuses who had entered the Xianyuan sacred battle were from the capital. Almost all of them belonged to the royal Chu clan, the Li clan, and the Zhong clan. The person in front of Chen Zong was dressed in a white jade robe with a white jade pendant hanging from his waist. He had an extraordinary temperament. When he opened his eyes, a sharp cold light shot out. "You were first defeated by Li Han, and now you're going to be defeated by me, Zhong Feihong. I really can't bear it." The person pretended to sigh softly. He shook his head as if he really felt sorry, but there wasn't any pity in his eyes. Instead, there was a trace of coldness. "Don't boast too early." Chen Zong smiled slightly. This person was a disciple of the Zhong clan, an exceptional genius from the Zhong clan. He was indeed powerful, but the threat he brought to Chen Zong was not as great as that of Li Han. Shameless boasting. "I'll let you wake up." Zhong Feihong smiled coldly and slapped out. They were hundreds of meters apart, but the slap swept out like a storm, mercilessly slapping toward Chen Zong's face. If he was hit by the slap, it would be more humiliating than being defeated. Chen Zong naturally wouldn't be hit by the slap. His figure flashed, and he calmly avoided the slap. Immediately, he rushed forward and flew away as fast as a flowing light. He was approaching. Zhong Feihong's eyes flashed. He didn't expect his slap to hit Chen Zong. With a wave of his right hand, a dazzling jade-white sword light suddenly shot out from the scabbard. The sword chi surged and turned into a cloud that was vast and mighty, but also like a meteor breaking through the sky. It blasted forward and stabbed toward Chen Zong without mercy. This was a battle of life and death. Whoever showed mercy would die. Even though one would be reborn after death, and it wasn't a real death, the experience was the same as a real death. Who would be willing to suffer so many deaths and feel the horror of falling into eternal darkness? Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. Light condensed in his eyes as if he could see through everything. He unsheathed his sword and released a terrifying power that instantly blasted toward Zhong Feihong. The power of the 13th level of the Taiyuan cloud-shattering technique was extraordinary, and so was the power of the 90% half-step sword intent. The sword light collided, and both sides shook before shattering. Zhong Feihong's sword followed the trajectory and attacked. The sword light was like a starry sky, and the tip of the sword trembled. Every sword strike was so sharp that it seemed to be able to shatter everything. It enveloped every part of Chen Zong's body, as if it was everywhere. Heart domain. Chen Zong immediately grasped the trajectory of all the sword light and saw it clearly. He moved his feet and dodged one sword after another. Suddenly, Li Han's eyes narrowed and emitted a cold light. Because in those steps, there was a trace of the mystery of his own footwork. It seemed to be the same but wasn't. Was it a coincidence? Or did he comprehend it in the battle just now? Li Han believed it was the former, but he still felt unhappy. Boundless blood sea. With a sword, the blood light spread like wild waves, surging and surging in all directions. Immediately, it counterattacked and drowned Zhong Feihong. Zhong Feihong's sword suddenly emitted an incomparable light. Balls of rolling light bloomed like a cluster of flowers, enveloping all directions and forcibly pushing the blood-colored waves away. Countless jade-white sword light converged into a majestic ray. It pierced through the blood sea like a heavenly light and blasted toward Chen Zong with unparalleled power. Extreme heart sword style. In an instant, Chen Zong also displayed his strongest sword style. The golden sword light was small. Compared to the majestic jade-white sword light, it was like a puppy compared to an elephant. However, it was an extremely terrifying puppy that could bite a ferocious beast to death. In an instant, the golden sword light pierced through the jade-white sword light and attacked with irresistible force. Zhong Feihong was shocked and hurriedly dodged to the side. A few strands of his hair were cut and turned into powder. The terrifying sword momentum roared in his ears. His whole head buzzed as if it was hit by a huge force. He felt a little dizzy. The momentum of the 150 kilograms giant sword was too terrifying. It gave people a feeling that they would die if they touched it and be injured if they brushed against it. This was a rare opportunity. Chen Zong attacked again with the extreme heart sword style. Zhong Feihong's strength was obviously not as good as Li Han's. Under the dizzy state, although he instantly woke up and reacted, he was still a little slower. This little bit was enough to determine the outcome and reverse life and death. Boom! Chapter 1447. Chen Zong won. 2 victory points. It wasn't that Chen Zong was too strong, but that his opponents weren't strong enough. If it was an opponent like Li Han, Chen Zong knew that he wouldn't be able to defeat him. However, Chen Zong still gained something from the battle with Zhong Feihong. After returning to the Lotus platform, he continued to meditate and improve himself further. Now that his strength had increased to such a level, unless he made a breakthrough, it would not be easy for him to improve himself further. Every little bit of improvement was like taking a step further from the top of a pole. It was extremely difficult and required a lot of mental and physical effort. However, it was all worth it. The more perfect his foundation was, the more benefits he would get after breaking through. The battles continued without rest. Every battle was a battle of life and death. None of the geniuses showed any mercy when they attacked. Su Mubai defeated another opponent and obtained 2 victory points. He had accumulated 4 victory points. However, this was only the beginning of the Xianyuan sacred battle. There were still many battles to come. Only by winning all of them would one be able to get first place. Through these 2 battles, everyone could clearly see who was the stronger one. Just like what Chen Zong knew, Yang Quan, He Yanzai, Yi Chen Dao and Feng Yanyan, the strength of these 4 people was truly terrifying. They easily defeated their opponents and played it down. Obviously, they did not display much strength. In addition, there were some who were also terrifyingly strong. For example, Chu Zhongyang. Chen Zong didn't know much about him, but he could hear from others that Chu Zhongyang was the number 1 genius of the royal Chu clan. No one could compare to him. He was also known as the number 1 genius of the younger generation of the Xianyuan dynasty. Number 1 genius of the younger generation. What a shocking title. It was a supreme honor. However, at the same time, one had to bear the weight of it. If one didn't have the ability to call himself the number 1 genius of the younger generation, not only would it not bring any benefits, but it would also burden him. Not only was Chu Zhongyang not burdened, he was even better because he had enough strength and ability to bear the title. Of course, there were also many people who weren't convinced. For example, those peerless geniuses wanted to defeat Chu Zhongyang personally and take the title. The Xianyuan sacred battle was a life and death battle. It was an excellent opportunity. Whether it was the strength of Yang Quan and the others, or the strength of Chu Zhongyang and the other peerless geniuses, all of them made Chen Zong wary. They were strong, too strong. He was no match for them now. Soon, Chen Zong's 3rd battle began. His opponent was from Ming Yuan Dao. This opponent was not weak, but he was no match for Chen Zong. After a fierce battle, Chen Zong pierced through his body with the extreme heart swordsmanship, blowing up half of his body and killing him instantly. Chen Zong won. His winning points were 4. The 4th round, the 5th round, the 6th round. In these 3 matches, Chen Zong won 2 and lost 1. The reason he lost the match was not because Chen Zong was weak, but because his opponent was too strong. It was Zhong Tianlin, the 2nd genius of the Zhong clan. His strength was not inferior to Li Han's. Moreover, his character was different from Li Han's. He did not give Chen Zong any chance and directly used his killing move. Chen Zong tried his best to fight, but he was defeated after only a few moves, but he also gained something. Breakthrough. On the 12-petal lotus platform, Chun Zong's eyes flashed. He shouted in a low voice that only he could hear. His heart domain spread out and covered an 8-meter radius, isolating all his aura. The battle on the 36-petal giant lotus platform became more and more fierce, attracting everyone's attention. No one paid attention to Chun Zong at this moment. In his mind, countless sword lights were flying in all directions and surging in the sky. Every sword light was astonishingly sharp, as if it could tear the world apart. Supreme will condensation. Countless insights emerged. Half-step sword intent. Breakthrough. After many life and death battles, 2 reincarnations of life and death, and many battles that brought out his potential, the half-step sword intent finally ushered in a breakthrough. 90% to 100%. Chun Zong only felt that the half-step sword intent was constantly condensing and becoming sharper, like a sword embryo being sharpened. If the half-step sword intent at 90% and below were described as a rough embryo, then the half-step sword intent at 100% was a forged sword being sharpened. A rough embryo and a forged sword were 2 completely different levels. When the half-step sword intent broke through to 100%, countless mysteries emerged one after another, making Chun Zong forget himself and completely immerse himself in comprehending. Under the cover of the heart domain, Chun Zong's breakthrough did not leak out any aura. Of course, there were still experts who noticed it, but only a few. This boy is really extraordinary. One of the few experts who noticed Chun Zong's change nodded secretly. Indeed, he has great potential and is worth cultivating. If he could have been born in the capital, his strength would be even higher now. These top experts all gave Chun Zong great affirmation. The battle was still going on, and Chun Zong was also immersed in the mystery of the half-step sword intent. 50%. After the half-step sword intent broke through from 90% to 100%, the increase was indeed 50%, but it was not as simple as 50%. The 50% increase was just a basic increase. In addition, the sharpness was further improved, just like the sharpening of the sword embryo. Under such superposition, the increase was more than 50%. In addition, there was a third point. The half-step sword intent was the half-step heart sword principle intent, which was closely related to one's mind. 100% meant perfection. Perfection. It meant completeness. It was more compatible with one's mind, as if there were no flaws. This kind of improvement was not something that could be described with a simple 50% increase. Chun Zong was looking forward to the next battle. He hoped that the next opponent would be strong enough, so that he could test the power of the half-step sword intent. This was the perfection of the half-step sword intent. Chun Zong was not in a hurry as his battle had not come yet. He continued to watch the battle, imagining himself fighting fiercely with the 2 peerless geniuses on the giant lotus platform. He wanted to hone himself and the application of the half-step sword intent in this way. As the battle went on one after another, finally, it was Chun Zong's turn again. Chun Zong was a little surprised by his opponent this time. Zhao Xingkong. Zhao Xingkong was the second strongest genius in the Mountain Flow Mansion. He had once fought with Su Mubai and was defeated by Su Mubai. There was no doubt that his strength was very strong. When Chun Zong first arrived at the Mountain Flow Mansion, he felt a lot of pressure when he saw Zhao Xingkong. He knew that he was no match for Zhao Xingkong. However, with each battle, his strength had unknowingly improved. Compared to when he first arrived at the Mountain Flow Mansion, his current strength had improved a lot. Facing Zhao Xingkong, Chun Zong was not afraid at all, because at this moment, he might be able to defeat Zhao Xingkong. "It's your misfortune to have met me." Zhao Xingkong was slightly surprised, but then he sneered. The people from the mysterious Nether Territory came to the Mountain Flow Mansion to participate in the prefecture competition and took the quota that originally belonged to the Mountain Flow Mansion. This made Zhao Xingkong very unhappy, and Su Mubai, who had defeated him before, was among them. At the prefecture competition, he had declared that the people from the mysterious Nether territory would not get more than 3 quotas. In the end, he was slapped in the face. After that, Chen Zong also got a quota in the prefecture competition. All in all, one thing after another piled up, making Zhao Xingkong increasingly unhappy. Now that he was facing off against Chen Zong, the anger in his heart burst out immediately. "Maybe it's your misfortune," Chen Zong said with a smile. "Then let's see." Zhao Xingkong sneered, and his eyes became even colder. His shoulders shook slightly, as if he was walking in the void. He looked slow, but in fact, he was extremely fast. In an instant, he crossed hundreds of meters and silently approached Chen Zong. He flicked his finger, piercing through the air, and pointed at Chen Zong's glabella. As soon as he made his move, Chen Zong felt that Zhao Xingkong was extraordinary. This was different from the feeling of watching a battle. Even if he simulated it, he could not completely simulate it. This finger was very mysterious. Silently, it seemed to penetrate through the void gap. It was as light and sharp as a sword, as fierce and overbearing as a spear. It was unique and mysterious. If it was Chen Zong in the past, it would be difficult for him to deal with it. But now, Chen Zong instantly grasped its trajectory and a trace of its mystery. Dodge, counterattack. The power of the gilded mountain sword was so powerful that it made Zhao Xingkong's heart tremble unconsciously. He had a feeling that he was going to be smashed into pieces. It was very terrifying. Void finger. First, Zhao Xingkong's figure flashed and avoided Chen Zong's sword. At the same time, he looked cold and solemn, and shouted in a low voice. His heavy voice echoed in the void. Immediately, he pointed his finger, which was shining with a light of nothingness. This finger pierced through the void, and seemed to merge into the void. It was silent, and even the fluctuation of its aura was completely restrained. Chen Zong could not detect or capture its trajectory. Realm of Heart. The 8-meter Realm of Heart was released, covering all directions. Immediately, Chen Zong captured the trajectory of his opponent's finger. It was just that the trajectory was a little light. The void finger that Zhao Xingkong cultivated was an incomplete superior saint-class martial technique. It was very unfathomable. This finger was also the first move of the void finger. Taiyuan cloud-scraping finger. Chen Zong did not use his sword this time. Instead, he raised his left hand and pointed. Taiyuan cloud-scraping finger. This was a superior saint-class martial technique that went with the Taiyuan cloud-scraping skill. Chen Zong also spent some time and energy on it, but it was not his main cultivation. However, because of the memory of Lord Taiyuan, the difficulty of cultivating the Taiyuan cloud-scraping finger was not very high. At least, it was much easier than the blood-drop swordsmanship. The breakthrough of the half-step sword essence had led to the improvement of all aspects. Unexpectedly, the Taiyuan cloud-scraping finger also had a breakthrough and was close to the profound realm. Its power was even more powerful. "How dare you use a finger technique?" Zhao Xingkong's face darkened. He felt humiliated. Chen Zong practiced swordsmanship. This was completely obvious. There was no doubt about it. However, at this moment, he used a finger technique to deal with him. Obviously, he did not take him seriously. How could Zhao Xingkong not be angry? In anger, Zhao Xingkong directly changed the first move of the void finger into the second move. In an instant, the trajectory became erratic, as if it had escaped from Chen Zong's grasp. It seemed to be coming from the front, but it also seemed to be coming from the side. It became more and more terrifying. Chen Zong looked dignified. He still pointed his finger. Under that finger, there seemed to be a sea of clouds following. The vortex flowed backward, the wind rose, and the clouds moved. The momentum was vast and fierce, pushing the power of the Taiyuan cloud-scraping finger to the extreme. This finger seemed to come from the sky, carrying the vastness of the sky and the majesty of the clouds. Its power was extremely shocking. It did not hold back at all. Chapter 1448. Boom. It sounded like a thunderclap. The two fingers collided and paused for a moment. Then, a terrifying power burst out. The power shook all directions. Circles of ripples spread out continuously as if they were going to shatter the void. Chen Zong only felt an indescribable power penetrating his finger's strength and trying to destroy his fingers. Fortunately, Chen Zong sensed it in an instant. He immediately released a vigorous and overbearing power to resist it. Then, he quickly pointed his finger and the sword in his right hand blasted out. Zhao Xingkong was shocked as if he was going to be smashed by the sword. He quickly retreated. His body seemed to disappear into the void. It was faintly discernible and extremely light. Zhao Xingkong paused and performed the void finger to the extreme. The third move, he pointed out a finger. There was no finger strength, but Chen Zong was terrified. The terrifying power of that finger shuttled through the void. Under the heart domain, Chen Zong was shocked to find that he could not really capture the trajectory of that finger. It was mysterious and unpredictable. If not for his heart domain enveloping the area, allowing him to grasp the vague fluctuations, he would have been struck. Avoiding Zhao Xingkong's finger, Chen Zong's figure kept changing. He performed the illusory net 9 changes to the extreme. It was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. The 4 figures approached Zhao Xingkong from 4 directions. 4 sword lights blasted out as if they were shattering the void. The shocking sword pressure pressed down, making Zhao Xingkong feel suffocated. His face became more and more dignified. There was a trace of cold light in the depths of his eyes. It seemed to be rotating like a vortex, swallowing everything. The void finger, the 4th move. This move was the strongest move that Zhao Xingkong had mastered so far. As he pointed out his finger, the finger seemed to be unable to withstand the overly powerful force and trembled slightly. Traces of faintly discernible aura lingered around it, causing the finger to become increasingly transparent, as though it was truly about to merge into the void. Chen Zong suddenly felt his hair stand on end. He felt that there was a terrifying finger strength shooting out from all directions. It was as if his body was going to be riddled with holes. Under the perception of the heart domain, there was a series of invisible finger strength around him. Every finger strength was as sharp as a sword and as domineering as a spear. It was so powerful that it could easily penetrate his body and render all his defenses useless. In the face of danger, Chen Zong's illusory net 9 changes had a breakthrough again. 5 figures appeared instantly. 4 of them were penetrated and turned into nothingness. The last one was Chen Zong's real body, which avoided Zhao Xingkong's finger. If it was not for the breakthrough of the illusory net 9 changes, Chen Zong would not be able to avoid Zhao Xingkong's finger. Extreme Heart Sword Technique. A sword pierced through the air. The golden sword light was extremely condensed. This move was made with the 90% half-step sword essence. Zhao Xingkong had already seen Chen Zong's move. The moment Chen Zong used it, he had already used his body movement to escape into the void. As a result, Chen Zong's sword missed. Child's play. I've already seen through it. Zhao Xingkong's voice seemed to come from all directions. It was as if his whole body had merged into the void and was difficult to catch. When Chen Zong's eyes opened and closed, a trace of extremely sharp light pierced through the void and stared at Zhao Xingkong. Then, he attacked again. Half-step sword essence. This move was the ultimate move. Under the effect of the half-step sword essence, regardless of the power, the speed of the sword was at least 30% faster than the previous move. Moreover, Zhao Xingkong found that he could not dodge this move. It seemed that there was no way to break this move. The sword seemed to pierce through the void. Zhao Xingkong exerted all his strength to resist, but he found that all his defenses were penetrated in an instant. It seemed extremely fragile, like a thin piece of paper. His head was suddenly smashed by the sword and disappeared completely. The corpse fell and disappeared immediately. Zhao Xingkong's body reappeared on the 12-petal lotus platform. His face was pale and his eyes were full of fear. He had been killed in the previous battle, but it felt different. Just now, Chen Zong killed him by smashing his head with a sword. That feeling was so horrible that it almost left a psychological shadow in Zhao Xingkong's heart. Death was only a result, but there were many processes. Different processes led to different experiences. Of course, the experience of death was not pleasant, but there were also differences in strength. Being smashed in the head was definitely a very bad experience. Those who were not strong-willed enough would have a psychological shadow and become an inner demon. Although Zhao Xingkong withstood it and did not have a psychological shadow, he was still very unhappy and even had a trace of killing intent. At the same time, a trace of fear grew in the depths of his heart. In just a short period of time, this person's strength had gone from being inferior to his to being able to defeat him. This strength was even stronger than Su Mubai's. Of course, the current Su Mubai was definitely stronger than before. Even so, Su Mubai could not help but look at Chen Zong a few more times. Chen Zong did not pay attention to any of the gazes. He was immersed in the sword move just now. The extreme heart sword style activated by the half-step sword essence was indeed very different from the half-step sword essence activated by the half-step sword essence. Not only was the speed of the sword increased, but it was also more complete and had fewer flaws. It was closer to perfection and became more complete. The feeling of the sword arriving with just a thought made Chen Zong even more intoxicated. The profundity of the half-step sword essence was even deeper than he had imagined. It was even more worth uncovering. A thought suddenly appeared in Chen Zong's mind. It seemed that the half-step Dao intent reaching the half-step Dao intent was the true beginning, or rather the beginning. On the basis of the half-step Dao intent, one could dig deeper and unearth even more potential. Currently, he was only at the beginning of the half-step sword essence. He had not excavated it to the limit. Only when he excavated it to the limit would he have a chance of breaking through and becoming the true Dao intent of the heart sword. At that time, it would be a transformation, a difference of heaven and earth. The battle continued, but Chen Zong was immersed in his own comprehension. After 3 consecutive battles, his comprehension finally ended. Only then did he have the mind to watch the others' battles. Every battle was a form of tempering and sharpening the sword. Some battles were extremely intense because the strength of the combatants was close. However, some battles ended very quickly because the difference in strength between the combatants was obvious. This battle was Su Mubai's battle, and Su Mubai's opponent was Li Han, who had defeated Chen Zong earlier. Chen Zong's eyes shone brightly. Chen Zong had no idea how strong Su Mubai was. After all, Su Mubai had not used his full strength when he fought earlier. Li Han was once Chen Zong's opponent and had defeated him. He was also very strong. Both of their strengths were terrifying. If they fought, Chen Zong might be able to see their full strength. Chen Zong had not fought with Su Mubai yet, but it was only a matter of time. Only by understanding his full strength would he be able to deal with him better. As for Li Han, Chen Zong had already fought with him and lost. However, Chen Zong was able to learn something by observing Li Han's movements. Li Han's profound footwork had played a part in the breakthrough of the illusory Net 9 transformations. Su Mubai was a strong opponent, and Li Han did not underestimate him at all. He used his full strength as soon as he attacked. The blade light appeared out of nowhere. It was cold and sharp, and it seemed to split the sky. The speed of the blade was shocking. It was like a streak of light in the sky, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant. That blade caused Su Mubai's pupils to shrink. After that, Su Mubai's figure didn't move, yet his shoulders seemed to shake slightly, and a pure black palm had already torn through the sky and blasted out. The palm was powerful, yet it seemed to be slightly ethereal and light, and its trajectory was difficult to determine. In practically an instant, it avoided the wisp of extremely ghastly blade light and blasted towards Li Han, who approached him. This palm print caused Li Han's pupils to shrink. He felt as if the space around him was being pulled and suppressed, as if it was going to imprison him. Slash. The long blade slashed out. The blade light was peerless, and it instantly split the black palm print. It surged through the sky like cold lightning, and it was as if the 9 heavens had struck down with ice and thunder. Su Mubai's body was split apart by the blade. However, it was only an afterimage. It was unknown when the afterimage was left behind, but the real body had already appeared on the other side, as if it had appeared out of thin air. This application was even more brilliant than Zhao Xingkong's, causing Zhao Xingkong's pupils to shrink to the size of needles. Strong. Zhao Xingkong discovered that he actually felt as if he could not see through Su Mubai. There seemed to be a voice in the bottom of his heart telling him that when he had lost to Su Mubai that day, he had originally thought that he would be able to wash away his humiliation and defeat Su Mubai after becoming stronger. He did not expect Su Mubai to be even more unfathomable. Zhao Xingkong no longer had any confidence in defeating Su Mubai, even though they had yet to fight. Chen Zong's pupils shrank slightly. He actually could not see through Su Mubai's technique, which seemed to be walking through thin air. If he could not see through Su Mubai's technique, it would be difficult to deal with him, and he would be defeated sooner or later. Su Mubai's technique was indeed extraordinary. He was a formidable opponent. Even if Chen Zong comprehended his half-step sword intent to 100%, he was not confident that he could defeat Su Mubai. However, the final outcome would only be known after the battle. Right now, Chen Zong could only watch the battle wholeheartedly and try his best to see through Su Mubai's strength. Only then would he be more confident when he fought against Su Mubai. Su Mubai seemed to be walking through thin air. Compared to Zhao Xingkong, he seemed even more ethereal. His movements were erratic and hard to grasp, making it difficult for Li Han to grasp his saber. The saber in Li Han's hand pulsed with an extremely cold saber light. The saber light was shocking. Every time it pulsed, it seemed to cut through space, leaving behind a faint saber mark. Without taking any stance, Li Han slashed out with his saber. The saber light was like cold lightning, tearing through the sky and splitting Su Mubai in two. However, it was just an afterimage. Li Han's expression was ice-cold, and his gaze was shockingly cold. It was as if the saber light could penetrate everything. Countless saber lights shot out in all directions. From afar, it looked like a cold flower that had bloomed. The petals were the countless cold saber lights. Suddenly, the countless saber lights gathered in the middle like petals closing. They condensed into a majestic saber light that slashed down. Under this saber, nothing could hide. The shocking saber pressure pressed down in all directions. The space of the entire lotus platform was suppressed, making it impossible for Su Mubai to pass through the spatial crack. He was forced to show himself. Chapter 1449. The saber light was majestic, mighty, and boundless. Su Mubai had nowhere to hide when the saber struck. He could only take the attack head-on. Su Mubai appeared on the lotus platform. His eyes emitted a pitch-black light. Amidst the darkness, there was a faintly discernible whiteness that rippled like water. Su Mubai actually gave Chen Zong a bone-chilling feeling. He could not see through him. He reached out with one hand. His palm was pitch-black as though it was absorbing all light. There was also a bit of whiteness spreading out from his hand. It looked as though the pitch-black hand had turned white. Hand of the Void. He reached out with one hand and grabbed the majestic saber light. They were in a stalemate. The saber light was mighty, domineering, and extremely cold. It was about to shatter the hand of the void. However, the hand of the void was incomparably tough. The power in its hand fluctuated endlessly, and it continuously dissolved the power of the saber light. Crack! There seemed to be the sound of something shattering. The majestic saber light was broken by Su Mubai's hand of the void and shattered. Chen Zong could see a trace of astonishment flashing across Li Han's face. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that his extremely tyrannical saber would actually be broken by his opponent in such a manner. The hand of the void seemed to be alternating between black and white. After shattering the saber light, it mercilessly slammed toward Li Han. The terrifying palm pressure suppressed the surrounding space. Even the void was suppressed. The shocking pressure surged from all directions, causing Li Han's body to stop. He was like a turtle in a jar, unable to dodge. He unleashed all his power. The saber light was as dazzling as the sun. He suddenly slashed out, wanting to break through the pressure and restraint. Li Han was undoubtedly very powerful. When his saber slashed down, its power was extremely terrifying. It forcefully slashed apart the shocking pressure around him. However, it was too late. Su Mubai's hand of the void had already arrived. The void shook and collapsed. Countless terrifying waves of power bombarded Li Han's body, causing him to spit out blood. In the end, he could not take it anymore, and his body was torn into pieces. This move caused the pupils of many exceptional sky prides to shrink. Chen Zong was shocked. I can't take it. If it were him, he would not have been able to withstand Su Mubai's attack. This was a feeling that came from the depths of his heart. The power of that attack was simply too tyrannical. There was no way to defend against it. Chen Zong's heart sank a little, but his mind was racing like lightning, constantly thinking of a way to solve the problem. Li Han's body shattered and died under Su Mubai's attack. He was defeated, and Su Mubai obtained 2 more victory points. He had yet to lose a single battle. Young Master Xian Ming from the Xian Ming territory was indeed extraordinary. The duels continued, match after match, round after round. Chen Zong had already fought 20 battles. In these 20 battles, his opponents were both strong and weak. The strong ones were able to kill him, such as Li Han. The weak ones were not a match for him and were killed by him. In the 20 deathmatch matches, Chen Zong lost 3 and won 17, accumulating 35 victory points. In the 21st round, Chen Zong appeared on the giant lotus platform. The person who appeared in front of him made Chen Zong's pupils shrink to the size of needles, but there was also a trace of excitement in his eyes. Yi Chen said, "The Heavenly Sword King Yi Chen, the #1 genius from the Heavenly Cloud sect in the Heavenly Cloud state. This person had an amazing record of slaying a saint, so his strength was terrifying. Moreover, not only was he strong, but he also used a sword. He was undoubtedly an excellent opponent." Chen Zong had also seen Yi Chen's previous attack. He knew that this person was very strong and his swordsmanship was brilliant. However, he probably did not use his full strength before, so he did not know the depth of his strength. In any case, to be able to slay a saint, even if it was the most ordinary First Heaven Saint realm early stage, his strength was terrifying. Moreover, that was before. Now, he might be even stronger. Yi Chen's strength was definitely not inferior to Li Han's. Yi Chen opened his eyes slightly and stared at Chen Zong. His eyes were extremely bright, as if they were shining, condensing into a sharp sword light that directly pierced through the sky, as if it was going to pierce Chen Zong's eyes. Chen Zong's pupils shrank unconsciously, as if they were pierced. Sharp, fierce, sharp. There was also a trace of indescribable coercion. Chen Zong was secretly in awe. The alarm bell rang, but there was even a trace of battle intent growing in him. It turned into a sharp sword intent that shot out through his eyes. He looked at Yi Chindao without fear. His gaze was like an invisible sword aura that touched and collided in the air, as if there was an invisible force and sparks sputtering. "Draw your sword." Yi Chen was a little surprised. He immediately restrained the light in his eyes and said lightly, but there was a trace of disdain in his tone, as if he was examining Chen Zong to see if he was qualified to draw his sword and show his true strength. Chen Zong was not angry at his opponent's arrogant attitude, nor did he feel unhappy. The gilded mountain sword was unsheathed in an instant, and the sword pierced through the sky. The sword light surged, vast and overbearing. The terrifying power seemed to shatter the sky, and its power was even more shocking. The sword pressure of this sword was vigorous and overbearing, as if it was going to shatter Yi Chen's body. Yi Chen did not move at all, as if he did not notice anything. He did not move until the sword was about to hit him. He did not dodge, but just pointed his finger. The finger was like a sword piercing the sky, carrying some kind of inexplicable power, as if it came from the sky. The sword was mighty, followed by the wind and clouds. The power of heaven spread and went straight to the mind, which made Chen Zong's heart tremble slightly. However, Chen Zong's mind and willpower were so strong that this little impact could not affect him at all. The sword still shot out, as if it was going to shatter Yi Chen's body. This sword was integrated with the half-step sword intent, and its power was extraordinary. Yi Chen was very strong, but he could not ignore this sword. As a sword cultivator, most of his strength was in the sword. Although it was powerful to replace the sword with a finger, it also depended on who the opponent was. The sword was unsheathed, and a beam of sword light seemed to come from the sky with the magnificent power of heaven. There was no way to dodge. The sword was like the wrath of heaven and the judgment of heaven. The overbearing power rushed straight to the mind, and it was more than 10 times stronger than before. It rushed straight to Chen Zong's mind and willpower, as if it was going to shatter it. Chen Zong vaguely saw an ancient giant full of majesty standing between heaven and earth. Its body was full of unparalleled power and pressure, and it was high and boundless. The giant seemed to be a sky giant, and the sword seemed to be a random finger of the sky giant. In an instant, the sword light was shattered, and the terrible blow came as if it was going to shatter heaven and earth, suppressing Chen Zong. The light and shadow flickered and shone in all directions, binding Chen Zong's body and making him feel like he was going to be crushed. Blood explosion. The overbearing sword shot out, and the blood light surged and exploded. There was still a feeling of being suppressed, but Chen Zong's soul was strong, and his willpower was strong. He resisted the impact of the sword, which was like the power of heaven, and completely resisted the sword. Yi Chendao's eyes flashed, and he was a little surprised. His swordsmanship had already reached a very high level. Every sword was accompanied by the impact of heaven's willpower, which was enough to make it difficult for the opponent to resist. The opponents he had killed before were unable to completely resist the impact of heaven's willpower in his sword, so their minds were restrained, and their strength was reduced a little. That was why they were killed. His experience of going against the odds to enter the Saint Realm was also inseparable from this point. But he did not expect the opponent's willpower to be so strong that it could completely resist the impact of heaven's willpower in his swordsmanship. It was a little unbelievable. It seemed that he had to go all out. Yi Chendao also felt a little excited. So far in the 20 battles, he had not met a strong opponent who could make him go all out. In fact, he was also eager to fight with a strong opponent. He wanted to use his full strength to fight to his heart's content, so that he could better stimulate his own potential. He originally thought that the opponent in front of him would be defeated by him in a few moves like his previous opponents, but he did not expect it to be so unexpected. The Heavenly Cloud cult had its own treasured book, and one of the sword techniques was the best of the saint level, and it was complete. Yi Chendao was practicing that sword technique. It was called the Heavenly Cloud Haoming Sword. Naturally, with Yi Chendao's current ability, He was unable to cultivate the heavenly cloud's great darkness sword to perfection. He hadn't even reached the great accomplishment stage. He could only barely reach the small accomplishment stage, but its power was already very shocking. The sword just now was the starting move of the heavenly cloud hounding sword, or it could be said that it was the basic move. Now, the sword was the real heavenly cloud hounding sword. When the sword was slashed out, the heavenly clouds were mighty, and there were countless mysteries in the air. The shocking will of heaven's willpower descended again. The giant in the sky appeared again, and compared to before, it was more solid, but it was difficult for others to see it. Only Chen Zong could see it clearly. The giant's gaze was fixed downward, and its eyes were vast, like the sea of clouds that was constantly fluctuating, as if it wanted to absorb Chen Zong, and an indescribable aura spread out. Mighty heaven's might. Endless heaven's might. Yi Chendao's sword was like the giant's finger pointing down. It was no longer a casual move, but a deliberate one, and its power was much stronger than before. The heavenly cloud hounding sword of the heavenly cloud cult is indeed extraordinary. A top powerhouse secretly nodded and said, "The heavenly cloud cult was a big sect in the heavenly cloud state, and in the entire Xianyuan dynasty, it was not a weak sect. The heavenly cloud hounding sword was the best of the saint level, and any complete best of the saint level was amazing. It should be known that even the most powerful Chu clan with the surname Wang had the best martial arts of the saint level. Endless blood sea. Qin Zong exerted all his strength, and the endless blood sea under the influence of the half-step sword will was even more powerful. The blood light spread out, and like a tide, it swept in all directions and shook the heavens and the earth. It was like a sea of blood was surging endlessly, and it was even more shocking than before. It spread out and flooded in all directions, and it was about to swallow Yi Chendao's body. Illusory net 9 changes. In the blink of an eye, the 5 figures dispersed and surrounded Yi Chendao from 5 directions. Extreme heart sword style. A sword pierced through the air, and the speed of the sword was indescribably fast. Chapter 1450. This sword was a sure-kill sword. Unexpectedly, it missed. A vast and mighty sword light bloomed in front of him. The white clouds were like the flowing clouds of the heavens. It swept across the sky and earth, filling the whole world. The 4th level of the heavenly clouds' great darkness sword. Vast heavenly clouds. This sword was like the collapse of the heavens. It was as if a giant in the heavens had turned into 5 fingers and struck down. It was vast and boundless. Chen Zong had no way to dodge. Even the thought of resisting was suppressed to the lowest level. It seemed that he could only wait in place for this attack to strike down and kill him. Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. He only felt that the vast and mighty will of the heavens was bombarding down as if it was suppressing all living things in the world. It went straight to his mind and wanted to destroy it. Fortunately, Chen Zong's mind were far stronger than his peers. He was able to resist such an impact and quickly get rid of it. Heart Domain. Once the 8-meter Heart Domain was released, it weakened layer by layer, making the impact of the will of the heavens like a breeze. Chen Zong's eyes narrowed slightly. Through the countless flowing clouds, he caught the sword light and also the figure behind the sword light. It was Yi Chendao's figure. Celestial crystal body. Extreme heart sword style. This sword was fully activated without reservation. It pierced through the vast and mighty sword light of the heavenly clouds and pierced through, killing Yi Chendao. Yi Chendao was horrified. However, the 4th level of the heavenly cloud's great darkness sword was the highest level that he had mastered. He would not use it easily. If he used it, he would use all of his strength. Using all of his strength meant that it was extremely powerful. However, it also meant that it would be difficult to rotate as he wished as usual. There would be a slight difference. This slight difference could not be seen in the eyes of an ordinary opponent. However, it was obvious in the eyes of a powerhouse. At this moment it was caught by Chen Zong. It was difficult to dodge. Yi Chendao's mind turned and his eyes flashed with determination. Since he could not dodge, then he would not dodge. Let's see whose sword was stronger and who would kill who. He did not dodge or resist. He actually tried his best to rotate his sword and slashed at Chen Zong. It was a suicidal move. Chen Zong's all-out attack was flexible enough, but it was about to hit Yi Chendao. Yi Chendao's desperate attack was too sudden. If he wanted to, Chen Zong could withdraw his sword and dodge it again. However, he was not 100% sure that he could dodge it. If he retracted his sword and tried to dodge but was unable to completely avoid the attack, he would be heavily injured and his strength would be greatly reduced. He would not be a match for his opponent. In an instant, Chen Zong also grasped Yi Chendao's decisiveness. Since that was the case, let's see who would live and who would die. Disregarding life and death, Chen Zong's sword seemed to be even sharper. Resolute, the mutual destruction move attracted everyone's attention. Who would live and who would die in this sword? Life and death were related to victory and defeat. Chen Zong's sword accurately pierced Yi Chendao's heart. The terrifying sword aura crushed Yi Chendao's heart and rushed in all directions, destroying his mind. At the same time, Chen Zong tried his best to dodge, but he was still hit on the shoulder by Yi Chendao's heavenly clouds. His whole body was split in an instant. Both of their bodies disappeared at the same time and appeared on the 12-petal lotus platform. It was a suicidal move. It was a draw. Chen Zong and Yi Chendao were both in a draw with 1 victory point each. Chen Zong's victory points were 36. Yi Chendao's eyes were gloomy. This battle should not have been a draw. He should have won by killing his opponent. Unfortunately, his opponent was able to resist the impact of the heavenly will in his swordsmanship so well that the power of his swordsmanship was greatly reduced. The subtlety of the heavenly cloud's helming sword of the saint grade was that it condensed a trace of the heavenly will, as if it was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. When facing it directly, one would feel the wrath of the heavens. If the impact of the heavenly will was resisted, the power of the swordsmanship itself would become ordinary, no different from a saint-grade upper-level sword technique. Facing Chen Zong, Yi Chendao was fighting with a saint-grade upper-level sword technique. The difference between a saint-grade upper-level sword technique and a saint-grade upper-level sword technique was obvious. When the advantage was gone, his strength would naturally be reduced. He could not defeat Chen Zong and ended up in a mutual destruction draw. No matter how unwilling he was, it was useless. Sometimes, strength was not comprehensive. If one encountered a method that could restrain one's strength, one could be defeated by a stronger opponent. Yi Chendao's ability to enter the Saint Realm was also a kind of restraint. He took advantage of the weakness of his opponent's mind and will to defeat him. However, it was ineffective against Chen Zong because Chen Zong's soul was so strong that it was comparable to the Mastery Saint realm. Although he was limited by his cultivation realm and could not fully develop it, the foundation was there. With such a foundation and countless life and death experiences, he gradually rose from a humble place like a mayfly to become strong. His experience was not comparable to Yi Chendao, who was born as a peerless prodigy. It was like refining real gold in fire, forging an unparalleled mind and will. Coupled with the soul fire and all other means, it was difficult to be invaded by external evil. The heavenly will was majestic and boundless, but in essence, it was also a kind of external evil. Naturally, it would be resisted. It had to be said that Yi Chendao, the Heavenly Sword King, was really aggrieved to meet Chen Zong. If it were other opponents, it would not be so. Yi Chendao was the same as the others. He had long been defined as a first-tier peerless genius. Chen Zong, on the other hand, was not included in the first tier. Previously, he was defined as a third-tier genius. But now, he was regarded more highly. In the hearts of a group of cultivators, he could be considered as a second-tier genius. Of course, such a definition was actually useless now. It was just a judgment in the hearts of the experts. For Chunzong, every battle was a tempering and could be improved. This was what made Chunzong different from others. The other peerless prodigies had almost reached the limit of their cultivation. It was very difficult for them to improve further. Even the Xianyuan Holy War could only stimulate some of their potential and improve slightly. Chunzong was different. From the beginning, Chunzong had not reached the limit of the half-saint level. There was still a lot of room for improvement. Therefore, such a battle was very beneficial for him. Chunzongdu was quite confident that after the Xianyuan sacred battle ended, no matter what his final ranking was, his strength would definitely improve by quite a bit. Fighting a life-and-death battle. Watching others fight a life-and-death battle. 22nd battle. 23rd battle. 24th battle. One battle after another went on. The exploration of the half-step sword essence deepened. Chunzong's sword became more and more harmonious and powerful. The battle went on. Chunzong won more than he lost. According to this situation, he might not be able to get into the top 10, but his ranking would not be too low. The higher his ranking, the more time he had to cultivate in the Xianyuan Holy Tower, and the greater the benefit. Yi Chendao's swordsmanship is indeed very powerful. Contains the impact of the heavenly will. After a battle, Chunzong would be enlightened and have a sudden idea. If his swordsmanship could also contain a strong impact of the heavenly will, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Although he thought about it, it was very difficult to do it. Chunzong had already given up on the Misty Rain Chaoyun sword technique. The Extreme Heart sword technique also carved out a path with its own advantages. So, he would think about it later. For now, the way to improve his strength was to further perfect the Extreme Heart swordsmanship and explore the potential of the half-step sword essence. If possible, his cultivation method should also be further improved. But no matter what, Chunzong knew that it would be very difficult. No matter how difficult it was, it could not stop him from moving forward. He had a fearless and sharp heart to pursue the Tao. In the 30th battle, Chunzong's opponent was very strong. It was a peerless genius from the Xian ancient path, named Qi Tian'ao. He was one of the top peerless geniuses in the Xian ancient path. Qi Tian'ao was a body cultivator. Qi Tian'ao's weapon was his body, his arms, and his fists. Chunzong had seen his fighting style before. It was very fierce, like an ancient savage beast. The power of each of his attacks was extremely terrifying. Moreover, Qi Tian'ao's physique was extremely strong and his defensive power was terrifying. Boom! Boom! Qi Tian'ao launched his fists. Each of his fists was as strong as the mountains and the earth. Chunzong was struggling to cope with it. Too strong. The power of each of his punches was too strong. It was very difficult to deal with. Chunzong exerted his body movement to the extreme. He kept dodging and counterattacking with his sword. However, when the gilded mountain sword slashed on Qi Tian'ao's body, it was difficult to cause any damage. Disadvantage. Chunzong was obviously at a disadvantage. Qi Tian'ao's physique was too strong. It was difficult to resist. Chunzong retreated. Suppression. Chunzong was completely suppressed by Qi Tian'ao. However, Chunzong's toughness was also very amazing. He could withstand Qi Tian'ao's punches. Rumbling sounds reverberated in all directions, like the endless beating of heavenly drums. Every strike caused countless ripples, like a surging tide surging endlessly. The fist strength was like a roaring dragon. Its power was unparalleled. The corners of Qi Tian'ao's mouth curled up in a cold smile. Suddenly, he threw out a punch. That punch was like the collapse of the sky and the earth. Chunzong only felt that the entire space was enveloped by that punch, and there was no way to dodge. It was as if he was being suppressed. An astonishing pressure pressed down from all directions, making Chen Zong almost suffocate. This was an upright punch. It was a powerful and powerful punch. There was no technique involved. It was purely relying on brute force to suppress the opponent. Such a punch could not be avoided. It could only be faced head-on. Chen Zong's face was cold. His eyes were shining. He immediately broke out all his strength. Celestial crystal body. Half-step sword essence. Heart realm. Extreme heart sword style. The reason why Chen Zong did not borrow the power of the Shura doppelganger was that he could not borrow it. He was suppressed by the power of the Lotus Throne, or rather, by the power of the Divine Mystery Palace. He could not use any power of the Saint Realm. Otherwise, some other peerless geniuses might have the means to borrow the power of the Saint Realm. It was obviously not good for the Xianyuan Holy War. One of the purposes of the Xianyuan Holy War was to further stimulate the potential of everyone. Naturally, it was better to use one's own strength. Even if it was a secret technique, it was closely related to one's cultivation. Chapter 1451. Shatter. Shatter. Everything turned to dust. Chen Zongning could clearly see and feel that his full-powered extreme heart sword style was crumbling inch by inch under that incomparably terrifying punch. That extremely terrifying power was only slightly weakened, and it continued on its way with irresistible force. His body also crumbled inch by inch under the terrifying blow and turned to dust. At that moment, Chen Zong did not feel any pain. This showed that not only was the power of the punch extremely terrifying, but the force was also extremely fast. This kind of death could be called a kind of death, but in fact it was not a real death. It could only be regarded as a pseudo-death. Because this kind of death only caused the body to shatter, the soul to remain. Therefore, after dying once or twice, everyone gradually adapted to it. Chen Zong was a person who had truly experienced death. In an instant, Chen Zong's soul flew back to the Lotus Throne, and a mysterious force was born from the 12-petaled Lotus Throne, quickly wrapping up Chen Zong's soul and constructing a new body for him. This body was exactly the same as Chen Zong's original body, and there was nothing wrong with it. However, this was not a real change of body. It was just a method that belonged to the mysterious God Palace. The real body still existed. It had not been changed, and it had not been truly destroyed. It was just that everyone's realm was not high enough, and their knowledge was not enough, so they did not understand the mysteries of this method. Even many Saint Realm masters did not understand the mysteries of this method. Chen Zong didn't feel dejected after losing this battle. It was very normal for someone to be stronger than him. He wasn't the favored child of this world, nor was he the child of the Heaven Tao. He'd only relied on some fortuitous encounters to be reborn and step onto the path of cultivation. Moreover, he'd relied on his own hard work to advance step by step, and he'd only arrived at this step after experiencing countless difficulties and obstacles. How difficult it was, and how much effort he had put into it, only he knew. Therefore, Chen Zong never felt sorry for himself, and always worked hard to improve himself. This was also inseparable from the teachings of his papa when he was young. Each of the 108 people would have a life and death duel with the other 100 people. Chen Zong defeated a few more opponents, and then he was defeated by others. Take He Yanzi for example. The power of his black flames was simply terrifying. Once he unleashed it, it would cover the entire sky and burn everything. It directly filled the entire Lotus platform, leaving no place to hide. Compared to He Yanlin and He Yanming, he was much stronger. Chen Zong fought with all his might, but he was still defeated in the end. Of course, Chen Zong's strength was still a threat to He Yanzi. Yang Quan's strength was also very terrifying. He was like a sun hanging high up in the sky, shining in all directions. Every strike was like a beam of light from the sun, blazing and tyrannical. However, both Yang Quan and He Yanzi felt threatened by Chen Zong. Therefore, they had to show their true strength. However, Chen Zong felt that Chu Zhongyang, who was known as the number one among the younger generation of the Xianyuan dynasty, was unfathomable. Chu Zhongyang stood quietly on the lotus platform with his hands behind his back. His body did not move at all. His eyes were indifferent. His gaze seemed to be fixed on Chen Zong, but there was also a hint of emptiness in his eyes. It was as if he was looking into nothingness and did not care about anything in front of him. Supercilious. Nothing more than that. However, it seemed that Chu Zhongyang's attitude was normal. If it were someone else, they would be regarded as arrogant. Chu Zhongyang just stood there. He did not take the initiative to attack, nor did he speak. It seemed that as long as Chen Zong did not move, he would not move. The stalemate continued. However, Chen Zong had to move, because a faint aura gradually spread out from Chu Zhongyang's body. The aura was very weak at first and was difficult to detect, but it gradually grew stronger. Chen Zong's perception was amazingly sharp. He sensed it in advance and realized that if the stalemate continued, when the aura became stronger, it would be the end of the battle. At that time, he was afraid that he would not be able to resist. There was no reason. It was an intuition that came from his soul. And Chen Zong always believed in his intuition. Attack. Not only did he have to attack, but he also had to attack mercilessly. Celestial crystal body. Heart realm. Half-step sword intent. After one fierce battle after another, Chen Zong dug deeper into the potential of half-step sword intent. It became more powerful and sharp, and he operated it at will. Therefore, the power of this extreme heart swordsmanship was 30% stronger than before the sacred battle of Xianyuan. A 30% increase in power was naturally very shocking. However, the 30% increase in power of the extreme heart swordsmanship was still not a match for Chu Zhongyang. Chen Zong attacked with all his strength. The speed of the sword seemed to surpass the speed of light. It was unbelievably fast. Chu Zhongyang seemed to have just noticed it. His hollow eyes turned slightly and condensed. In an instant, Chen Zong felt that he had been seen through. It was as if all the secrets of his sword were no secret in his opponent's eyes. It was as if this sword was full of flaws. His opponent saw through it at a glance and targeted it. Chen Zong felt that his belief was shaken in an instant, which made him feel incredulous. His belief had always been firm. This time, he actually felt shaken. Although it was not real shaken, it had never happened before. What kind of eyes were those? They were like the sky, vast and boundless, containing endless mysteries. They were also like the water in a well, reflecting the bright moon. In the next moment, Chu Zhongyang made a move and pointed a finger. The finger turned into a cold light with countless mysteries floating. It seemed fierce and domineering, yet gentle like a breeze. The finger directly pierced through the flaw of the extreme heart swordsmanship and penetrated Chen Zong's forehead between his eyebrows. At that moment, Chen Zongning could see it clearly. Facing Chu Zhongyang, Chen Zong did not have the power to resist. The gap between them was too big. Appearing on the 12-petal lotus platform, Chen Zong was still absent-minded. He was not really absent-minded, but he was recalling Chu Zhongyang's finger. That finger contained two types of half-step Dao intent, Chen Zong said to himself, his eyes flickering. Moreover, Chen Zong had a feeling that the two types of half-step Dao intent were not at the first level. They were at least at the second level, and they had been comprehended to 100%. Thinking about the others, some were still trying hard to comprehend half-step Dao intent, some had comprehended and grasped half-step Dao intent, but had not improved to 100%. Some had comprehended half-step Dao intent to 100%, but had only grasped one type. However, Chu Zhongyang had grasped two types of half-step Tao intent to 100%, and he had perfectly merged them together. Grasping multiple types of half-step Tao intent was one thing, but they had to be merged together to release a stronger power. In terms of comprehension of half-step Tao intent, it could be said that Chu Zhongyang had already surpassed many of his peers. Even Chen Zong could not compare to him in this aspect. However, Chen Zong would not belittle himself because of this. Others had other people's paths of cultivation, and he had his own path of cultivation. Constantly improving oneself was the foundation of cultivation. When one was born and stepped onto the path of cultivation, there had to be someone that was more brilliant and formidable than oneself. Otherwise, wouldn't one be too lonely and lonely at the top? Of those two types of half-step Tao intent, one should belong to the fire Tao intent, and the other should belong to the wind Tao intent, Chen Zong thought to himself. Of course, he wasn't clear about the specifics. But what's going on with his eyes? Chen Zong's eyes squinted slightly as he looked at Chu Zhongyang once more. Chu Zhongyang still had an appearance as if he was in a daze, and his eyes were empty. The life and death battle still continued, and Chen Zong continued to comprehend. Even though he was quickly defeated in this battle, along with Chen Zong's deep contemplation, his gains gradually increased. The potential of half-step sword intent was unearthed a step further. It was another battle, and this time, Chen Zong's opponent was the blazing Phoenix King, Feng Yanyan. When he saw Feng Yanyan that day, Chen Zong knew that he wasn't a match for her, but now, that might not be the case. Boom! An extremely shocking flame suddenly exploded from Feng Yanyan's body, spreading out and burning fiercely. Faintly, one could hear an extremely resounding phoenix cry. At the beginning, Feng Yanyan didn't treat Chen Zong as an opponent, but now, she had no choice but to face him head-on, because the strength that Chen Zong had displayed was very strong. Fight! Feng Yanyan's weapon was a sword, a phoenix wing sword. As she slashed out with her sword, the raging flames transformed into a flaming phoenix that rushed out. Its speed was shocking, and it was incomparably domineering. Even though she used a sword, Feng Yanyan didn't comprehend the sword Tao intent, but the fire Tao intent. Burn! 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 That terrifying flaming phoenix burned everything. Chen Zong's eyes squinted as he slashed out with his sword. One had to admit that Feng Yanyan was not called the #1 genius of the Mountain Flow Prefecture for nothing. Her strength was very, very strong, and she made Chen Zong fall into a bitter and fierce battle. Even compared to Yi Chen, Feng Yanyan's strength was not inferior. Fortunately, Chen Zong's strength was constantly increasing, and he was much stronger than before. Phoenix cry of the 9 heavens. In a clear shout, accompanied by an extremely resounding cry, Feng Yanyan slashed down with her sword. It was as if a phoenix from the 9 heavens had fallen from the sky. The tip of the sword was the phoenix's mouth, extremely sharp and burning with raging flames. Chen Zong raised his head and squinted his eyes. His pupils shrunk to the size of needles, and he slashed out with his sword. Extreme heart sword style. With a strong conviction, he slashed out with his sword without mercy. It was an extreme sword, a sure-kill sword. This was the most powerful collision. The sword lights paused one after another, and then they pierced through everything. Chen Zong's body was instantly engulfed by the raging flames in the sky, as if he was about to be burned into ashes. Feng Yanyan's body was also pierced through by the extreme heart sword style. A draw? No, Feng Yanyan was killed, but Chen Zong was still alive. Even though he looked very miserable, as if he was about to die. Chen Zong won, and Feng Yanyan lost. The reason why Chen Zong could win was because of the purple cloud black star flame and the mysterious ancient flame refining technique, which allowed him to better resist the burning of the flame to a certain extent. But no matter what, a loss was a loss, and Feng Yanyan could accept it. Until now, there were not many people who still had a complete victory. There were less than 10 out of the 108 geniuses, and it was certain that until the end of the battle, there would only be one person who could maintain a complete victory, and that person would be the champion of this Xianyuan sage battle. Now it seemed that everyone had already guessed it. It was the number one person among the younger generation of the Xianyuan dynasty, Chu Zhongyang. So far, no matter which opponent he faced, Chu Zhongyang did not seem to show any signs of using his full strength. He had easily suppressed and killed his opponent. It was another battle. This time, Chernzong's opponent made the experts of the Xianming territory cry out in surprise. Chapter 1452. Pitch black. Void white. For a moment, Chernzong couldn't tell what was going on. The light in his eyes rotated, as if the sun and moon were alternating. Su Mubai's expression was calm. He waved his hand, and palm prints fell from the sky one after another, like a torrential downpour. Chernzong attacked with his sword. The sword light surged like lightning, and each of them was extremely ferocious, like a sky full of lightning. The sword light shattered under Su Mubai's palm prints, unable to pose any threat. Chernzong unleashed his full strength, and used both the blood-dripping sword technique and the extreme heart sword style, but it didn't seem difficult for Su Mubai to deal with it. Then, Chernzong saw Su Mubai's eyes close and then open. His pupils seemed to turn white in an instant, like a vast expanse of sky clouds, and seemed to want to absorb Chernzong's soul. Chernzong's soul was powerful, and the effect on him was very weak. He instantly broke free and attacked with his sword. Then, not only did Su Mubai's pupils turn white, but the white around his pupils also turned pure black, as if it was absorbing all light. Chernzong felt his heart palpitate for no reason. Even with Chernzong's powerful soul, he couldn't completely resist this kind of palpitating feeling. It was very strange. For a moment, Chernzong became absent-minded. For Su Mubai, this momentary absent-mindedness was enough. Even if it was only for 1/100th of a breath, it was enough for Su Mubai to attack with his palm. Void hand. A large hand condensed in the air, and grabbed at Chernzong mercilessly as if it was trying to fish out the moon from the water. In 1/100th of a breath's time, Chernzong reacted and immediately executed the illusory Luo 9 body transformation technique to dodge. The 5 figures were difficult to distinguish between real and fake, but under that void hand, it was as if there was no way to dodge. It was as if that space had already been enveloped by that huge hand, and there was nowhere to hide. Extreme heart sword style. Yi Futian's most powerful sword attack was unleashed with determination and conviction. The hand that pierced through the void attacked Su Mubai as if it wanted to pierce through him. However, Su Mubai did not seem to notice it and did not have any intention of dodging. Bang! Chernzong was hit by the void hand, and immediately felt an extremely terrifying power. It was like a surging wave that continuously attacked him. Every time it hit him, it was as if it wanted to destroy his body. He tried his best to resist, but he couldn't completely resist it. His resistance collapsed under this terrifying and all-pervasive force, and his body was shattered. Death. Defeat. When Chernzong reappeared on the 12-petal lotus platform, he was somewhat bewildered. Feng Yanyan had been defeated by him, but Su Mubai had defeated him. Chernzong could feel that the difference in strength between him and Su Mubai was not small. Then, was it true that Su Mubai had defeated Zhao Xingkong by a small margin? If that was true, it could only mean that Su Mubai's strength had increased tremendously during this period of time. But whether it was true or not, Su Mubai became the second person that Chernzong could not see through. The first one was Chu Zhongyang, who was known as the number one person in the Xianyuan dynasty's younger generation. I wonder what the result of the battle between Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang will be? Chernzong wondered. In many people's eyes, Chu Zhongyang was undoubtedly the strongest. Chen Zong also thought so, but he changed his mind after the battle with Su Mubai. Su Mubai definitely didn't use his full strength in the battle with him. He still held back. As for how much he held back, Chen Zong didn't know. Chen Zong was looking forward to the battle between Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang. What would happen? Chen Zong's question was answered not long after. Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang faced each other on the huge 36-petaled lotus platform. Chu Zhongyang stared at Su Mubai. Su Mubai seemed to be very cautious. However, the two of them stood still and did not move at all. No one could see what they were doing clearly, and no one knew what they were doing. Could they be looking at each other? Staring? However, some people were able to see some mysteries. The two of them had different eyes. Su Mubai's pupils had turned white, while the whites of his eyes had turned black. The black and white seemed to be the opposite of each other. It was very frightening. Chu Zhongyang's eyes seemed to be empty, like the boundless sea of clouds in the sky, yet they also seemed to contain a boundless blazing sun. Both of their eyes were filled with mysteries. If I'm not wrong, this boy's eyes should be the Void God Eye, a Peak Saint Realm expert said with uncertainty. It's the Void God Eye, but it's just the tip of the iceberg. Its potential hasn't been fully stimulated. Another Peak Saint Realm expert nodded in affirmation. If the Void God Eye reaches major completion, it can see through the void with a single glance, and it can use the power of the void to crush people into powder. Although the Void God Eye is powerful, Chu Zhongyang's Heavenly Ancient Eye isn't bad either. That's right. Chu Zhongyang's Heavenly Ancient Eye is better than the Void God Eye. Su Mubai and Chu Zhongyang didn't seem to be fighting, standing still like two statues, but in reality, they were fighting with the Void God Eye and the Heavenly Ancient Eye. This was a deep confrontation that couldn't be seen clearly, making it difficult for others to understand the danger involved. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Time slowly passed, making it difficult for others to endure. They didn't know how the confrontation was going. If they fought, no matter how intense it was, they would be able to see something. Whether they were evenly matched or who had the upper hand and who was at a disadvantage, they would be able to see it. However, in this kind of confrontation, even a half-step great saint expert would find it difficult to see what was going on. After a quarter of an hour, the expressions of the two became more and more solemn. It seemed that this kind of confrontation wasn't easy and consumed a lot of energy. Suddenly, Su Mubai's expression changed slightly and he grunted. His body swayed slightly, and he closed his eyes unconsciously. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his eyes and slowly flowed down. Chu Zhongyang seemed fine, but his face instantly turned pale. He seemed to have consumed a lot of energy. "You've won," Su Mubai said with his eyes closed. This confrontation ultimately ended with Su Mubai's defeat, but it seemed that Chu Zhongyang had also not won easily. This battle was not the final battle, but it was an extremely intense and eye-catching battle. Chen Zong fought with Chu Tianlu again. In the world of the profound origin treasure scroll, Chu Tianlu had one of his ears shattered by Chen Zong, and he harbored a grudge in his heart. If he had the slightest chance, he would definitely take revenge. Now it was an excellent opportunity. Unfortunately, in the world of the profound origin treasure scroll, Chu Tianlu had suppressed Chen Zong, but Chen Zong was much stronger now. Chu Tianlu had used all his strength, but he was still no match for Chen Zong. In the end, not only did Chu Tianlu fail to take revenge, he was suppressed by Chen Zong and then killed. He died an extremely sullen death. As the battle continued, it was nearing its end. Chen Zong won another battle. This was the final round. The end of this Xianyuan sacred battle made people want to continue fighting, but at the same time, it also made people feel relieved. After all, each round only had a quarter of an hour of rest. It was fine in the beginning, but as the battle went on, it felt very short and not enough. The intensity of the battle was too high. During the battle, one had to do his best. Even when there was no battle, one had to focus on the battles of others. One's entire body was in a tense state. Even if there was a short break, there was no real rest. It was a high-intensity battle. Chen Zong knew that he would not be able to enter the top 10 in this battle. After all, there were as many as 17 people who had defeated him. Of course, this did not mean that there were 17 people who were stronger than him. For example, Li Han was his first opponent. At that time, Chen Zong was definitely not as strong as he was now. At that time, his half-step sword intent was still 90%, not 100% like now. If he fought with Li Han again now, it was hard to say who would win. Chu Zhongyang deserved to be in first place. No wonder he was called the number 1 of the younger generation in the profound Origin dynasty. As for the second place, it was Su Mubai. This was something that no one expected. It was completely out of everyone's expectations. The third place was Li Qianyu, the number 1 genius of the Li clan. The fourth place was Zhong Yunyan, the number 1 genius of the Zhong clan. The fifth place, the sixth place. The rankings were displayed one by one on a huge light screen, clearly visible. Chen Zong found his name. The 18th place. Not being in the top 10, Chen Zong was not surprised or dismayed. This was within his expectations. No matter what, this battle had brought him a lot of benefits. His comprehension of the half-step sword intent had almost reached the pinnacle. He only needed to cultivate for a while to reach the true peak. The 18th place. According to the rules, Chen Zong would be given 180 hours of cultivation time in the Profound Origin Holy Tower. After that, everyone could stay in the Profound Origin Garden in the royal capital. As for when they could go to the Profound Origin Holy Tower, it would depend on their own arrangements. However, there was a clear rule that the cultivation time had to be used up within a year. If it exceeded a year, no matter how much time was left, it would all be wasted. However, even if the first place had 108 hours, it would still be less than 10 days if converted to the number of days. It would not be difficult to finish using it within a year. Even the geniuses felt that the time was not enough. The Xiantian court was still the same small palace as before. Chen Zong sat inside and cultivated. The battles in the Profound Origin Holy Battle were very intense. Some of the opponents were very strong. However, even if the opponents were not as strong as him, they had their own strengths that were worth learning from. The Grand Elder of the Profound Nether Palace and the experts of the Profound Nether Palace were gathered in Su Mubai's palace. This was a supreme honor. This was the honor of the Profound Nether Palace in the Profound Nether Territory. All of you can go back. I'll stay here, Su Mubai said casually. All right. Cultivate well. The Grand Elder of the Profound Nether Palace was not displeased by Su Mubai's indifferent attitude. Instead, he reminded him patiently. Su Mubai did not say anything else. Instead, he waved his hand and signaled them to leave. He wanted to cultivate. Chapter 1453. The Xianyuan dynasty was in charge of the Xianyuan world, one of the 9 worlds of the Tianyuan sacred region. The Divine Mystery Palace was an important treasure of the Xianyuan dynasty's Xianyuan royal capital. It was not usually opened, only for major events, such as the Xianyuan Sacred Assembly and the Xianyuan Sacred Battle. The second most important treasure was the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. Of course, the second most important treasure was not the Xianyuan Sacred Tower, but the Xianyuan Old Ancestor had brought the Xianyuan Palace back a long time ago. The Xianyuan Sacred Tower was located in the center of the Xianyuan royal capital. It was a huge tower that stood above the ground, pointing to the sky. It was as if it was the center of the entire capital. How tall was the tower? It seemed to be 100 meters tall, but it also seemed to be more than that. It seemed to be endless, reaching straight into the sky. One look at it would make people feel awe. Even Saint Realm masters could not avoid it. This pagoda was a precious treasure. It stood tall on the ground, seemingly without any protection, but in reality, there were often many experts scattered around. Moreover, the pagoda itself also contained astonishing power. If someone with bad intentions wanted to seize or destroy it, the consequences would be dire. Such a thing had happened before. A half-step great saint from the dark forces sneaked in and approached the Xianyuan sacred tower, trying to destroy it with his full strength. That half-step great sage expert was indeed very astonishing. He had managed to avoid the surveillance of the other experts. But in the end, not only did the half-step great saint fail to destroy the Xianyuan sacred tower, but he was also counterattacked by the power of the Xianyuan sacred tower. It was said that at that time, an expert walked out of the Xianyuan sacred tower. His body was covered in golden light, shining in all directions. It was even more dazzling than the sun. With just one move, he shattered the half-step great saint expert from the dark forces and completely obliterated him. Even his soul disappeared between heaven and earth. His soul was scattered and his Tao disappeared. Then, the figure that emitted a strong golden light returned to the Xianyuan sacred tower and never appeared again. No matter how the masters of the Xianyuan dynasty tried, it was useless. Until one day, the great saint of the Xianyuan dynasty ordered that no one should disturb the Xianyuan sacred spirit. But they also knew that the golden figure in the Xianyuan sacred tower was the Xianyuan sacred spirit. It seemed to be the spirit of the Xianyuan holy tower. It also let everyone know that the Xianyuan holy spirit had the strength of a great saint realm expert. In essence, it could be regarded as a great saint realm expert. Of course, this great saint realm expert was different. If no one was targeting the Xianyuan holy tower, it would not appear and would not care about anything. Mysteriousness made people even more curious. There was even a saying, or a legend, that whoever could obtain the approval of the Xianyuan sacred spirit in the Xianyuan sacred tower would have the Xianyuan sacred spirit appear, which represented a great opportunity. However, from ancient times until now, countless years had passed, yet no one had been able to do so. Gradually, this became a true legend, and no one believed it anymore. However, there were still some people who believed this. Some of the 108 geniuses had already entered the Xianyuan sacred tower to cultivate. Chen Zong walked out from the Xiantian garden and looked up at the seemingly endless tower that reached into the clouds. He was secretly shocked. Limitless. Gao Yuan. A feeling of looking up at a towering mountain filled his heart. It had been half a month since the end of the Xianyuan sacred battle. During this half a month, Chen Zong had been cultivating in the Xiantian garden. His cultivation had reached the limit and could not be improved, but his cultivation technique could be improved. After half a month of cultivation, with the excellent cultivation environment in the Xiantian garden, his Taiyuan cloud scraping technique had broken through again and reached the 14th level. His strength had also improved. In addition, Chen Zong had finally excavated 100% half-step sword intent to the extreme. It had reached a point where it could not be improved anymore. Naturally, the next step was to break through to the true heart sword Tao intent. However, this step was very difficult. It was even more difficult than breaking through from the half-saint realm to the saint realm. Countless people had been stopped by the half-step Tao intent to the Tao intent. Chen Zong was not in a hurry. He was currently only a half-step saint. It was enough for him to master the half-step Tao intent to the extreme. As for transforming it into a true Tao intent, it would not be too late to wait until he broke through to the saint realm. Moreover, he still had a mysterious underworld fruit. It would be better for him to comprehend it when he consumed it. Now, Chen Zong planned to comprehend more half-step Tao intent. At least, he had to master the second one. The more half-step Tao intents one mastered in the half-step saint realm, the greater their potential. For example, Chu Zhongyang had already mastered 2 types of half-step Dao intent. It was not clear whether he had mastered the third one. Perhaps he had, but he did not use it for various reasons. However, the Xianyuan Sacred Tower was a good opportunity. It was a rare opportunity. In half a month, Chen Zong cultivated and comprehended with all his strength. Finally, he had truly transformed and absorbed the tempering of the Xianyuan Sacred Battle into his own use. Now, it was time to enter the Xianyuan Sacred Tower to cultivate. 90 hours. Chen Zong did not know what it was like to cultivate in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower, and what it felt like. Now, he was here. The door of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower was closed. When Chen Zong approached, the door was still closed. However, Chen Zong's body passed through the door and disappeared into the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. The Xianyuan Sacred Tower was a treasure that contained rich Taoist rhymes. It was a treasure to comprehend Tao intents. It was different from the Divine Mystery Palace. Although Chen Zong had not cultivated in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower before, he had some understanding of it. Challenge the tower. Whichever level he reached, he would cultivate on that level. The time spent in the tower was naturally counted as cultivation time. On the first floor of the Xianyuan Holy Tower, Chen Zong felt an invisible force descending upon him, enveloping him in an instant. In an instant, his strength was sealed, and even the Azura avatar in his sea of consciousness was unable to sense anything. Chen Zong sensed that the only power he could sense was half-step sword intent. Challenging the Xianyuan Sacred Tower depends on Dao intent. Half-step Dao intents are also included. Chen Zong said to himself. The darkness around him gradually brightened. Traces of Taoist rhymes rippled and spread in all directions. Then a figure appeared. It was a figure holding a sword. He wore a green robe, and a cool breeze accompanied him, blowing wisps after wisp. It was half-step wind Dao intent. As soon as the figure appeared, he attacked without hesitation. His sword slashed across the sky and attacked Chen Zong with the speed and sharpness of the wind. There were no other power fluctuations. Only the aura of Dao intent spread. Since that was the case, Chen Zong also attacked with his sword. He used half-step sword intent. In the blink of an eye, the sword slashed across the sky and defeated his opponent. His opponent's half-step Dao intent was only 70%. From another point of view, if the person who entered here did not comprehend 70% of half-step Dao intent, they would not have any hope of passing. Even if it was 70%, it was not 100% certain that they could pass. However, Chen Zong's half-step sword intent was already at 100%. It had reached the limit of 100%. Such an opponent was not enough. In the blink of an eye, Chen Zong entered the second floor of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower. There was another opponent on the second floor, but his half-step Dao intent had attained 80%. He similarly attacked with a single strike, yet he was defeated and killed by Chen Zong. On the third floor, his half-step Dao intent was at 90%. He was similarly defeated and killed by Chen Zong with a single strike. On the fourth floor, his half-step Dao intent had attained 100%, and its might was obviously much stronger. Kill. On the fifth floor, his half-step Dao intent was still at 100%, but it was even deeper than the fourth floor. On the sixth floor, his half-step Dao intent was at 100%, and it had reached the limit. This time, Chen Zong was unable to kill his opponent easily. He had to go through a fierce battle and seize an opportunity to successfully kill his opponent. On the seventh floor, it was still half-step Dao intent, yet it was suffused with an aura of invincibility. Chen Zong was not a match for his opponent in the fierce battle and was killed. In the end, he stopped at the sixth floor. Could it be that my half-step sword intent has not reached the true limit? On the sixth floor, Chen Zong couldn't help but ponder. It seemed that there was another level above this level, the level of perfection and flawlessness. From the first floor to the 7th floor, the time he spent was only around 30 minutes. This was nothing to Chern Zong, who had 90 hours of cultivation time. On the 6th floor, Chern Zong started to comprehend. The Tao aura that suffused the 6th floor was much denser than the first floor, and it could be easily sensed. Chern Zong sat down cross-legged, eliminated all distracting thoughts, and carefully comprehended. This time, he comprehended the Sword Tao intent. The Sword Tao intent was a whole, and the Heart Sword Tao intent was a type of advancement. If he wanted to comprehend it, he naturally had to start from the foundation and gradually extend it. Time slowly passed by. Chern Zong put aside the other Tao auras and only focused on the Sword Tao Intense Tao aura, and he started to comprehend it from the foundation. With half-step sword intent that had reached the limit as the foundation, the efficiency of his comprehension was extremely shocking, and he quickly reached the limit. Under the combination, Chern Zong looked for the point of breakthrough. In an instant, Chern Zong felt that his half-step sword intent had a trace of perfection. This kind of perfection was the perfection after reaching the limit, and it seemed that no matter how one looked at it, it wouldn't be weakened in the slightest. In terms of power, perhaps it didn't increase, but there wasn't a trace of weakness left. From the deepest part of his heart and soul, a trace of satisfaction arose in Chern Zong, and it seemed that there was nothing left out. At this point, the half-step Heart Sword Tao intent had reached the true limit, the limit of perfection. In fact, Chern Zong didn't know that this step wasn't something that everyone could reach. The previous limit was already enough, and many people only reached that level. Whether one reached the limit of perfection was also very important, and it was related to the difficulty of improving in the future. Since the half-step sword intent had reached the limit of perfection, then the next step was to comprehend the second type of half-step Tao intent. But before that, he had to pass the 7th floor. Fight. A battle was launched again. This battle continued for an entire short period of time before Chern Zong obtained a difficult victory and defeated his opponent. Subsequently, Chern Zong attempted the 8th floor. His opponent at the 8th floor didn't utilize half-step Tao intents, but true Tao intents. Even if it was the lowest grade Tao intent, its might wasn't something that half-step Tao intents could compare to. A single strike. It was only a single strike, yet Chern Zong was killed, and he could only cultivate at the 7th floor. But it was sufficient for him to cultivate at the 7th floor, as the density of the aura of the Tao here was much greater than the 6th floor. The Tao intent that's easiest for me to comprehend is probably the Fire Tao intent, Chern Zong thought to himself. No matter if it was the Violet Cloud Black Star Flame, the Ancient Fire Refinement Technique, or the Tao intent refinement through the 3 tribulations, all of them provided great convenience to Chern Zong when he comprehended the Fire Tao intent. Chapter 1454. Burning. Blazing. On the 7th floor of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower, Chern Zong's body was filled with a shocking aura as if it was burning everything. It was the Fire Taoist rhyme, the aura of the half-step Fire Taoist intent. 10%. Chern Zong had comprehended 10% of the half-step Fire Taoist intent in a short period of time. This half-step Fire Taoist intent was the most basic level of the Fire Taoist intent. With Chern Zong's amazing comprehension ability and the unique environment of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower, his comprehension speed was amazing. 20% of the half-step Fire Taoist intent. 30%. Soon, Chern Zong had comprehended 40% of the half-step Fire Taoist intent. Chern Zong was able to comprehend so quickly because of his own conditions, such as the Purple Cloud Black Star Flame and the Ancient Mystic Fire Refining Technique. 40%. Chern Zong soon comprehended 40% of the half-step Fire Taoist intent. His speed slowed down slightly, but it was still amazing. Moreover, Chen Zong directly appeared on the first floor of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower and fought with the Tower Guardian. Using 40% of the half-step Fire Taoist intent to challenge 70% of the half-step Fire Taoist intent, the result was naturally that Chen Zong was beaten up. However, in the process, Chen Zong's mastery of the half-step Fire Taoist intent deepened. 50%, 60%, 70%. The increase of 10% after 10% was incomparably shocking. When Chen Zong raised his half-step Fire Taoist intent to 70%, he easily defeated his opponent on the first floor of the Xianyuan Sacred Tower and entered the second floor to continue fighting with the Tower Guardian. This kind of battle could be carried out many times as long as he wanted to. 80%. Defeated. 90%. Defeated. 100%. This time was even longer. However, it could not stop Chen Zong's extraordinary ability and solid foundation. 100%. He kept going deeper until he reached the limit and reached perfection. After using the half-step sword intent, Chen Zong's second half-step Dao intent reached perfection. During this period of time, Chen Zong did not always stay in the Xianyuan Sacred Tower to comprehend the half-step Dao intent. Sometimes he would comprehend it and sometimes he would return to the Xianyuan garden to cultivate. Only in this way could he save time. After all, there was a limit to the amount of time one could spend in the Xianyuan Holy Tower. If there was no limit, Chen Zong would be more than happy to stay in the Xianyuan Holy Tower at all times. When Chen Zong had comprehended the half-step fire intent and comprehended it to the extreme, he had already used up 60 hours of the 92 hours, leaving him with only 60 hours left. However, although he had comprehended the half-step fire intent to the extreme, Chen Zong's strength had not improved much in essence. It could only be said that he had more means to deal with the enemy. Furthermore, if he used the half-step fire intent, his strength would decrease. After all, the Fire Dao inside of half-step fire intent was at the first level, and it was the most basic. On the other hand, the Dao insight of half-step sword intent was the Heart Sword Dao insight, and it was at least a second-level Dao insight, so its might was naturally different. However, if he could fuse the half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent, his power would increase greatly. For example, the finger strike Chu Zhongyang used to defeat him contained the combination of two types of half-step Dao insights, and its might was terrifying to the extreme and impossible to resist. Chen Zong started to ponder. Should he use the remaining 60 hours to comprehend a new half-step Dao insight or use it to fuse the half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent? Chen Zong was completely confident that he would be able to comprehend another half-step Dao insight, and it would allow his potential to increase a step further, and it would naturally be beneficial to his future cultivation. On the other hand, fusing two types of half-step Dao insights would allow his current strength to increase greatly. Of course, it would similarly be beneficial to his future. In this way, I'll spend some time to comprehend another half-step Dao insight. Chen Zong thought to himself, and bright lights shot out from his eyes as he'd already made up his mind. He would comprehend another type of half-step Dao insight, but he wouldn't comprehend it to a profound level, and he would leave some time to comprehend the method of fusing half-step Dao insight. On the 7th floor of the Xianyuan Sacred Pagoda, Chen Zong comprehended it with all his might, but the comprehension of the third type of half-step Dao insight was even more difficult than the first two types. Chen Zong didn't hesitate and directly chose the lightning Dao insight to comprehend half-step lightning intent. This ought to be the easiest half-step Dao insight to comprehend besides sword and fire. Lightning, lightning, lightning. Countless inspirations gushed out one after another, and Chen Zong seemed to be able to grasp them, yet he seemed to be lacking something, and he was unable to grasp them no matter what. He didn't hurry, didn't become impatient, and comprehended slowly at a neither too slow nor too fast pace, and he would always be able to obtain something. When he was comprehending half-step fire intent, Chernzong had only spent 4 hours to comprehend 10% of it. Now, 6 hours had already passed, yet he still hadn't comprehended half-step lightning intent. 8 hours. 10 hours. 12 hours. Time flew by, and when it was the 14th hour, countless bright lights instantly gushed out into appearance and transformed into a bolt of lightning that seemed to be born from the void of darkness, and it instantly emitted a shocking might that tore through the sky. Lightning! Lightning! Qin Zong's eyes flashed with bright lights, and the light of lightning illuminated the world. Half-step lightning intent. Initiate. As soon as he initiated, the accumulation of various comprehensions from before surged endlessly like a surging tide, and it caused Chen Zong's comprehension of half-step lightning intent to rise steadily. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. Only when it reached 40% did it stop and slow down. Chernzong made a prompt decision to temporarily give up on comprehending half-step lightning intent, and he switched to comprehending the fusion of half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent. Presently, Chernzong had grasped half-step sword intent that was 100% at the limit of perfection, half-step fire intent that was 100% at the limit of perfection, and half-step lightning intent that was 40% at the limit of perfection. 3 types of half-step Dao insights had established a solid foundation for Chernzong. Chernzong had a feeling that he could still comprehend a 4th type of half-step Dao insight, but the difficulty would be even greater than half-step lightning intent, and it would probably be difficult for him to comprehend a 4th type of half-step Dao insight even if he used up the remaining time. In this way, he might as well spend his time on the method to fuse half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent, as he still had a chance of success. Chernzong didn't hesitate much and resolutely started to comprehend. A skyscraper was built from the ground, and everything had to rely on a foundation. If he wanted to fuse 2 different types of half-step Dao insights, he could only start from a weak point. If the power was too strong, it would instead intensify the conflict. He first tried to fuse 10% of half-step sword intent and 10% of half-step fire intent. If he succeeded, he could try to fuse 20% of half-step sword intent and 20% of half-step fire intent. As soon as he tried, Chernzong discovered the difficulty of it. Half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent were both Dao insights, but they were different. They were powers of different attributes, and it was extremely difficult to fuse them together. It was as if he wanted to forcefully squeeze 2 pieces of rock into one. It was simply difficult to do, and they would only collide with each other continuously. Chernzong kept trying, but it would only cause the collision of 2 different types of half-step Dao insight. Every collision would cause Chernzong's sea of consciousness to shake, and his spirit and willpower would be impacted, causing him to feel extremely uncomfortable. Chernzong couldn't help but ponder. In his mind, countless spiritual lights kept surging, like the blossoming of fireworks. Suddenly, a wisp of inspiration flashed through Chernzong's mind. It was very difficult to fuse solid objects. It was like steel or stone that kept colliding with each other. But what if it was liquid? What about gas? For example, 2 different colors of water could be fused together more easily and become a mixture of colors. Of course, there were also some liquids that were very strong. Even if they came into contact with each other, it was difficult for them to fuse together. Instead, they clearly coexisted, and that was not a fusion. The difficulty of fusing gas was much easier than fusing liquid. If he could turn half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent into gas and then fuse them together, wouldn't the difficulty be even lower? Then, how could he turn half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent into gas? Chernzong immediately realized that the advantage of comprehending half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent to the extreme was that his control of half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent had reached a level where he could truly control them as he wished. Half-step Dao insight mist. Suddenly, a wisp of mist that was almost colorless but contained traces of light gold filled the air. Then, a wisp of light red mist filled the air. The two different colored mists approached and touched each other. Chernzong could feel the repulsion between the two mists. They were unwilling to fuse with each other, but the repulsion was much weaker than before. Then, under Chernzong's powerful will, the two different mists instantly started to spin, and they used this method to strengthen the fusion. As expected, under Chernzong's efforts, the repulsive force was eliminated bit by bit, and the two different mists gradually fused together. During the fusion process, countless lights appeared and sped up the fusion. Finally, the two mists completely fused and transformed into a wisp of light gold-red mist. It was slightly illusory, as if it wasn't material, yet it also seemed to exist in the void. It was like a reflection of the moon in the water, and it was indescribably profound. This aura fluctuation. Chernzong carefully observed the half-step Dao insight that had been fused. This was only the fusion of 10% half-step sword intent and 10% half-step fire intent, but he felt that its might was very strong. It had already surpassed 20% half-step sword intent and was close to 30% half-step sword intent, and it was even stronger than 30% half-step fire intent. In this way, if 20% was fused, its might would be even stronger, and if 30% was fused, it would be even stronger. If 70% was fused, then it would be close to 100% half-step sword intent and surpass 100% half-step fire intent. If 80% was fused, its might would surpass 100% half-step sword intent. If 90% was fused, it would be even stronger. If 100% was fused, this was Chernzong's assumption. But when Chernzong successfully fused 20% half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent, he realized that his assumption was wrong. The half-step sword fire Dao insight that was fused with 20% half-step sword intent and 20% half-step fire intent was actually close to 60% half-step sword intent and even surpassed 60% half-step fire intent. Could this increase be multiplied? If so, then wouldn't the fusion of 30% half-step fire intent and half-step sword intent be comparable to 90% half-step fire intent? In this way, as long as 40% was fused, it would surpass 100% half-step sword intent and be even stronger. If it was really so, Chernzong couldn't help but be extremely excited. Strong. However, the fusion of half-step Dao insights was very difficult and not so easy. After 20% was fused, 30% was several times stronger. After 30% was fused, it was just as Chernzong thought, and it directly reached the might of 90% half-step sword intent. In that case, his deduction was correct. However, when he wanted to fuse 40%, Chernzong realized that he had used up all his cultivation time. 90 hours had all been used up, and it was all used up. Chapter 1455. In the mysterious heavenly garden, Chernzong was meditating, constantly comprehending the fusion method of the half-step sword intent and half-step fire intent. Now he could fuse 30%, but the power of 30% fusion was not as good as 100% half-step sword intent, so it was useless to him. Only by fusing 40% half-step sword intent and 40% half-step fire intent could his strength break through the limit and advance further. It seemed that he still had a lot of room for improvement in the half-step Saint realm, so he was not in a hurry to break through to the Saint realm. This was to build the foundation. The more solid and vigorous the foundation was, the greater the benefits when breaking through. All the prodigies were like this. First, they had to continuously accumulate until they reached the limit. After some meditation, it was extremely difficult to fuse 40% half-step sword intent and 40% half-step fire intent. It was impossible to do it in a short time. Should I stay or leave? Chen Zong could not help but think. The world's essence qi in the mysterious heavenly garden was very rich. Although his cultivation had reached the limit, such world's essence qi was also helpful for the advancement of his cultivation method. However, the Taiyuan cloud shattering technique had reached the 14th level. It was extremely difficult to advance to the 15th level. Even with such an excellent environment, it was impossible to do it in a short time. Cultivation was difficult to advance, cultivation method was more difficult to advance, and the comprehension and fusion of the half-step Tao intent was also more difficult. It was also more difficult to further improve his strength. Chen Zong began to think. Experience. Putting oneself in danger was a way to sharpen oneself and stimulate one's potential, so that one's strength could be improved faster. Of course, experience was dangerous, but some dangers were inevitable if he wanted to improve himself faster. So, first, he had to find out which place in the mysterious heavenly dynasty was suitable for him to gain experience. If he wanted to gain experience, he could not just wander around aimlessly. There were very few people Chen Zong was familiar with here. After all, the people of the mysterious Nether territory had left, leaving only him and Su Mubai. Therefore, Chen Zong found an expert guarding the mysterious heavenly garden to inquire about information. This expert was at the Mastery Saint realm. He was very strong, but he was not arrogant when facing Chen Zong. Instead, his attitude was very good. It should be noted that Chen Zong had achieved 18th place in the Xianyuan sacred battle. Furthermore, he was a loose cultivator, which was even more impressive. Such a person had extraordinary potential and a bright future ahead of him. There are indeed many suitable training grounds in the Xianyuan dynasty. The strong man immediately explained to Chen Zong in great detail. In the end, he said, I have a suggestion, but I don't know if you want to listen. Senior, please go ahead. Chen Zong did not refuse. If the other party's suggestion was beneficial to him, he would naturally use it as a reference. My Xianyuan dynasty has one army and one guard. The expert smiled and said, one army is called the Xiantian Army and the other guard is called the Zhenyuan Guard. Black Heaven Army. Zhenyuan Guardians. Chen Zong muttered. The Xiantian Army and the Zhenyuan Guards each have their own duties. The duty of the mysterious Heaven Army is to fight against the void demons. As soon as he said that, Chen Zong's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Void demon. The Xiantian Army was to fight against the void demons. The Zhenyuan Guard is to protect the Xianyuan dynasty, eliminate the dark forces, and maintain the stability of the dynasty. The Xiantian Army and the Zhenyuan Guard each have their own duties. One was external while the other was internal. External was to fight against the invasion of the void demons. Internal was to fight against the dark forces and maintain the stability of the dynasty. The combination of the Xiantian Army and the Zhenyuan Guard ensured the immortality of the Xianyuan dynasty for thousands of years. However, both the Xiantian Army and the Zhenyuan Guard have to be at least first Heaven Saint rudiment stage, the strong man said again. Chen Zong waited for the other party to continue. Since the Xiantian Army and the Zhenyuan Guard required one to be at least at the Saint Rudiment stage to join, and he was far from it, the other party must have his reasons for saying this. In order to better select talents, the Xiantian Army and the Zhenyuan Guard jointly built the Xianyuan Palace. Only those below the Saint Rudiment stage can enter. After listening to the other party's explanation, Chen Zong's thoughts suddenly became clear. The Xianyuan Palace. The Xiantian army and the Zhen Yuan Guard jointly built it to select talents to supplement the army. After all, whether it was fighting against the void demons or the dark forces, there would be sacrifices. Once a sacrifice was made, new blood would be needed. Otherwise, the army would gradually weaken and eventually disappear. If an ordinary cultivator wants to enter the Xianyuan Palace, they have to go through various tests, but you don't have to. All the prodigies in the Xianyuan Saint Battle can join the Xianyuan Palace directly without going through the tests. Of course, this isn't forced. It's your choice. However, in my opinion, the Xianyuan Palace is the best place for a loose cultivator like you, the strong man said. Chen Zong did not answer immediately. Instead, he thought about it. The strong man was not in a hurry. He was just giving a suggestion. As for the choice, it was up to Chen Zong. With Chen Zong's talent, he was now staying in the Xiantian garden. There were relevant rules in place, and no forces could touch this place. However, if he left the Xiantian garden, he would soon be recruited by many forces. After all, a peerless prodigy who could obtain 18th place in the Xianyuan Saint Battle would have extraordinary achievements in the future. At the very least, he would be a super powerhouse at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. His strength would be much stronger than ordinary powerhouses at the peak of the Saint Rudiment stage. It was even possible for him to become a half-step Great Saint. As for becoming an ultimate powerhouse at the Great Saint stage, he did not dare to think about it. Even Chu Zhongyang, who was known as the strongest person among the younger generation in the Xianyuan dynasty, could not become an ultimate powerhouse at the Great Saint stage. Chen Zong thought about it carefully. This was related to his future. There were nothing more than two paths in front of him. One was to continue being a loose cultivator. He would have more freedom, but it would also be bumpy. He would have to rely on himself to fight for everything. He might not even be able to achieve good result. Previously, Chen Zong had planned to experience the cultivation of a loose cultivator. However, it would not be forever. Everything would depend on the opportunity. The second was to join a force and rely on his own ability to be valued by that force. He would rely on his own efforts to obtain resources. Compared to being a loose cultivator, it was undoubtedly more beneficial to his cultivation. However, to a certain extent, he would have some freedom. There were gains and losses. Chen Zong knew very well that he would not resist. The most important thing was to choose a path that was beneficial to him. Only then would he be able to move forward. Deep in his heart, Chen Zong preferred the second path. After all, it was the path that he was more familiar with. It would be more beneficial to his cultivation. In this way, joining the Xianyuan Palace was the best way. After all, if he wanted to join a force, the Xianyuan Palace was undoubtedly the most suitable because it belonged to the Xianyuan dynasty. Other forces, including the Li clan and the Zhong clan, were inferior to it. With Chen Zong's talent and so on, joining the Xianyuan Palace would not require him to go through any assessment. He would directly become a member of the Xianyuan Palace. The Xianyuan Palace was actually not far from the Xianyuan Park. After joining the Xianyuan Palace, Chen Zong received a token that was closely related to him. It was the symbol of the Xianyuan Palace's disciple identity. In addition, Chen Zong received an additional initial reward from the Xianyuan Palace because he was a peerless prodigy in the Xianyuan Sacred Battle. In fact, every person who successfully joined the Xianyuan Palace would receive an initial reward, which was a sum of Xianyuan merit points and a Xianyuan rank. It was just that the rewards varied according to the individual. The Xianyuan rank was the Xianyuan Palace's disciple ranking. It was divided into 4 ranks, from the lowest to the highest, which were Yellow, Xianyuan, Earth, and Heaven. The Xianyuan rank represented one's status and authority in the Xianyuan Palace. The Xianyuan Palace was backed by the entire Xianyuan dynasty and the Xianyuan royal family. The Xianyuan Palace was rich in resources. The higher one's authority, the more valuable items one could exchange for. However, it was not that easy to increase one's Xianyuan rank. Most of the disciples who joined the Xianyuan Palace received the same initial reward, which was a yellow rank disciple ranking and 100 Xianyuan merit points. However, Chernzong was different. Chernzong's initial reward was a black rank disciple ranking and 1,000 Xianyuan merit point. Within the Xianyuan Palace, Chernzong was arranged to stay in one of the palaces. This was a palace that corresponded to the Xianyuan rank, and the cultivation environment was better than the yellow rank palaces. As for what he could exchange for, he only needed to do it in the palace. Chernzong looked around to see what treasures he could exchange for in the Xianyuan Palace. His disciple ranking was black rank, which corresponded to the black rank authority. Therefore, he could see all the yellow rank, black rank, and half of the earth rank treasures. As for the heaven rank treasures, he could not see them at all with his current disciple ranking. If he wanted to see the treasures he could exchange for with the heaven rank authority, he had to at least raise his disciple's rank to the earth rank. After a cursory look, Chernzong found that the treasures of the yellow rank were basically useless to him. The treasures of the black rank were much better than those of the yellow rank, but they were not very useful to him now. However, the treasures that could be exchanged for with half of the earth rank authority tempted Chernzong. Unfortunately, he did not have enough Xianyuan merit points to exchange for them. It was worth mentioning that the treasures of the yellow rank required between 100 and 1,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for. The treasures of the black rank required between 1,000 and 10,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for. As for the treasures of the earth rank, they required more than 10,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for. Chernzong could not help but shake his head when he saw that he only had 1,000 Xianyuan merit points to exchange for the lowest black rank treasures. Just now, Chernzong had only taken a cursory look. Now, Chernzong was looking at it carefully. With this look, Chernzong immediately discovered something. Cultivation technique. Starting from the yellow level, there was actually a cultivation technique. Furthermore, it was a top-grade saint-level cultivation technique. The Xianyuan technique. Chernzong was curious, so he looked at it carefully. There was a detailed introduction to the Xian origin formula. It was said that it was a complete saint-grade cultivation method created by the ancestor of the Xian Yuan dynasty. However, it was only a cultivation method, and did not have any matching martial arts or secret technique. Unknowingly, the value of this saint-rank cultivation technique decreased by a lot. After all, the saint-rank cultivation techniques that were passed down in many factions would at least have a matching martial art or secret technique that could unleash greater power. In addition, the power cultivated by the Xian formula was neutral and mild. There was nothing particularly outstanding about it, nor was there any shortcomings. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.